The internationalization strategy, which is aimed at introducing international experience into the university educational activities, ensuring international recognition of our students' learning outcomes, attracting foreign students to study at Lviv Polytechnic, development of international research and innovation activity, and other tasks. The internationalization strategy, which is aimed at introducing international experience into the university educational activities, ensuring international recognition of Lviv Polytechnic students' learning outcomes, attracting foreign students to study at Lviv Polytechnic, development of international research and innovation activity, and other tasks of Russia's The internationalization strategy, which is aimed at introducing international experience into the university educational activities, ensuring international recognition of Lviv Polytechnic students' learning outcomes, attracting foreign students to study at Lviv Polytechnic, development of international research and innovation activities, and other tasks of Russia's The internationalization strategy, which is aimed at introducing international experience into the university educational activities, ensuring international recognition of Lviv students' learning outcomes, attracting foreign students to study at Lviv Polytechnic, development of international research and innovation activities, and other tasks of Russia's The internationalization strategy, which is aimed at introducing international experience into the university educational activities, ensuring international recognition of students' learning outcomes, attracting foreign students to study at Lviv Polytechnic, development of international research and innovation activities, and other tasks of Russia's The internationalization strategy, which is aimed at introducing international experience into the university educational activities, ensuring international recognition of students' learning outcomes, attracting foreign students to study at Lviv Polytechnic, development of international research and innovation activities, and other tasks of Russia's The internationalization strategy, which is aimed at introducing international experience into the university educational activities. Traditions of our country. I wish all participants a successful day, fruitful walk, the beautiful walk in this very amazing assembly hall. Welcome Lviv Polytechnic National University. Дякую за увагу. Thanks for attention.
Дуже дякую, Наталія. We will proceed forward and you know from your conversations with your partner universities that many British colleagues were keen to come, but the situation, the circumstances did not allow, for many of UK colleagues to be present, but all the engagement of individual UK universities wouldn't be possible without Universities UK, the umbrella organization which unites all United Kingdom universities, without their support. So there is address in an online mode from Vivian Stern, who is a director of Universities UK. She was incrementally committed at the very beginning of this initiative to make the UK universities' involvement as deep as possible, as strong as possible. So please hear her thoughts in the context of this conference.
Hello, I'm Vivian Stern and I'm Chief Executive of Universities UK. In the immediate aftermath of the terrible invasion of Ukraine by Russia, many UK universities wanted to do something to support their Ukrainian counterparts to continue operating as universities in teaching and research. Very early on, we drew on the networks and relationships built up through the Cormac Consultancy Group to meet with the representatives of 9 Ukrainian universities. And our question was simple. We'd like to do something to support you. How should we best direct our efforts to be the most useful to you that we can be? And we did this for the very simple reason that we understood that the risk in the aftermath of a crisis is that everybody wants to do something and yet they all do something which is partially useful or not quite what their counterparts might have wanted, or worse, that their efforts get directed into activities which ultimately result in brain drain for the country that has been affected by the crisis. And so our starting point was simple. What would you have us do with this enormous desire on the part of UK universities to help? The message that we received in that very early conversation was really simple. It was help us to keep progressing the delivery of higher education, our higher education to our students and our research activities. Help us to continue operating as universities. Support us to teach our own students and to develop our own research activity. Don't take our students from us and create the risk that they never come back. Out of that very first conversation, the Cormac Consultancy Group, led by the outstanding Charles Cormac, came up with an idea that was quite familiar to him from the partnerships he'd supported between universities in the UK and Ukraine prior to the war, which was that we should create a twinning scheme, that we should try to put together universities that had some things in common, and that through those partnerships we would enable the Ukrainian partner to draw on the capacity, the expertise, the resources and the facilities of the UK partner university to enable them to carry on delivering their own higher education and research. And so the Twinning Initiative was born. In Universities UK, we considered the idea, we considered how it fit with what we had heard from the leaders of Ukrainian universities, and we said, yes, we will work with you to make that happen. Now, more than a year later, more than 100 UK universities have partnered with a Ukrainian counterpart to put their good resources and facilities at the disposal of universities in Ukraine, in line with the initial vision that Charles Cormac developed. The scheme has been widely supported, including by the UK government, through funding, both from the FCDO, our Foreign and Commonwealth Office, and also from UK Research and Innovation, which awarded £5 million in research grants, which went to support research partnerships between 33 of the twinning universities. The range of activities now being undertaken by these pairs of universities in the UK and Ukraine is really quite extraordinary. It ranges from providing academic support, for example, through credit recognition, which allows Ukrainian students to study materials delivered online by UK counterparts and use those credits towards the final degree that they achieve from their Ukrainian host institution. It extends to the hosting of Ukrainian students and academics, both on short-term placements, for example, summer schools that allow Ukrainian students to do catch-up learning, for example, during the summer, in order to make up the things that they've missed due to the disruption of their education. It extends to the use of UK facilities, for example, where Ukrainian facilities have been destroyed. In Plymouth, the University of Plymouth is working with its partner institution to develop programs focused on key sectors of the Ukrainian economy with a mind to developing economic potential when the war is finally over, as well as offering things like student counselling and long-term assistance to grow academic capacity. Meanwhile, the University of Liverpool has partnered in many ways, but including through their marketing and communications teams, supporting their partner institution to develop marketing activity to attract the next generation of students. While Sheffield has supported its partner, the Igor Sikorsky Kiev Polytechnic University, to develop a new bomb shelter to enable staff and students to continue working and learning and studying when the air raid sirens force them out of their university spaces. The range of activities is really quite considerable. But I think the other thing that is remarkable is the degree of steady and sustained commitment on the part of both partners. It was our intention right at the beginning to ensure that that rush of desire to work with Ukrainian universities should result in sustained and long-term relationships. It shouldn't be something that was a flash in the pan, only there for a few months and then gone. In fact, our ambition is that these partnerships develop beyond the war as Ukrainian institutions emerge from the current crisis and enable them to develop meaningful long-term partnerships which will be beneficial both to Ukraine but also to the UK. We intend to continue working in this way. We are currently working with our government to secure further long-term financial support, and it's our intention to use opportunities like this one to understand how Ukrainian universities wish to see the Twinning Initiative develop in the future. It's a matter of profound regret to me that I can't be with you to take part in those conversations face to face. But be assured we're listening, and we want to continue to hear from you about how you would like to see this initiative develop. In the future, I hope that I and my colleagues from Universities UK International will be able to be with you in person to discuss the impact that the twinning scheme has had and what we plan to do in the next phase as Ukraine emerges victorious from this terrible war. I wish you the very best with your conference, and Slava Ukraini.
Yes, that's a great moment to feel this commitment from universities of United Kingdom. Vivian Stern speaking on their behalf. So we now turn on to another speaker, Olga Budnik, plenipotentiary of the President of Ukraine for the Fund of the President of Ukraine for Education, Science and Sports. Just to mention that Olga personally and the whole team were the driving process from their own capacity here in Ukraine to help this twinning initiative to become of such scale as it is, to have as many Ukrainian universities involved, and I think it is an excellent accomplishment. We are proud to have such a partner, and Olga, good to have you connected with us online. The floor is yours. Будь ласка.
Thank you very much, Gintaras, and thanks a lot, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Let me congratulate you with this important event celebrating the Twin Initiative, and I'm really happy that we have such opportunity for celebrating, because the year before we can't even imagine how much we can achieve together. Thank you all of you who have already put efforts to help and strengthen Ukrainian universities, and I believe enriched British universities. We really admire that the guiding principles of twinning are to support Ukrainian universities and the integrity of the Ukrainian higher education system by supporting universities to continue to support academics and teach students. And I really want to thank all of our universities who put a lot of efforts to continue not just the educational process, but also the process of the development. What is important for us is also to minimize brain drain caused by the war by allowing students and academics to maintain their link with their universities. And we believe that after the victory, much more students will come back home, and also a lot of international students will join us, and they will see how much efforts we put not just to save our system, but also to become much more stronger than we were before. We believe that the minimum 5-year commitment made by the international universities involved will become key in the renewal of the Ukrainian higher education system after the victory. We were and really grateful that the UK twins provide ongoing support with the immediate needs of Ukrainian partner universities, academics, students, and have already committed significant funding and efforts. But what is much more important for us is to make such cooperation systematic. We talked about this on the start, and we will continue to talk about this. And we believe that the development of dual degree programs, which have been already started, and I believe that this year a lot of students will be part of this great initiative. Support with capacity building, as we told before, we really want that it will be the next step for the Twin Initiative. Implemented the implementation of the leadership program for the management of universities, because we want to make our leaders much more proactive and much more stronger, and introduction of new quality assurance models and the development of Ukrainian universities will help us to reinvent the role of universities, to help them to become centers of the regional development, bring us to the future which we are fighting for, because we really understand that after the victory, after the reintegration of our territories, we need to have these centers of the regional development, and on this day I can say that the universities will play this role, and we need to prepare them for such significant role in the future. I really want to thank for the leadership in this initiative Korma Consultancy Group, this great team, because I really admire how much efforts you put each day during this year, and I see your wish to help us and to be partners in the future also, and to the UK universities, and to the Vivian, to the Jamie, to all of those guys who are with us. We really feel this support, and we really feel that our cooperation become much more fruitful and deeper each day. We appreciate the support from UK government and believe that our collaboration will bring really historical results. Thanks a lot, and I wish you very fruitful day and good discussions, and I hope that the new ideas which will be today maybe event will be put inside the Twinning initiative, and next year we will celebrate in Kyiv. Thank you very much.
Ольга, дуже дякую for your time, continuous support, formally, informally, in all ways possible. That is really extraordinary. And we are happy having with us also representatives from Ukrainian Ministry of Education and Science. We have Grigory Mozolevich, who is head of expert group at the Directorate of Science and Innovation. Grigory, будь ласка, floor is yours.
Thank you. Dear colleagues, dear partners, I'm glad to see you and thank you for opportunity in this meeting today. I say good morning, добрий ранок, but in Ukraine all morning is a question, issues. It's good morning or not good morning. I present Ministry of Education and Science, Directorate of Science and Innovation, and I'm head of the expert group on integration into the European research area. First of all, I would like to send the help Ukrainian university, Ukrainian researchers during the full-scale war. I'm talking not only about the field of education, science and innovation, I say about the field and support our country in general. Ukrainians defend both Ukraine and all democratic world and in this crucial time. Integration to European Union and integration to European research area is a key priority for our country now. And in particular, Ukraine ratified the agreement on participation in the Horizon Europe program and Euratom program in May 2022. Ukrainian organizations are implementing 59 projects in this program, and budget of this project is over 15 million euro now. We're working on the approval of the some regulation for the create Horizon Europe office in Ukraine and create national contact point in Ukraine in 2023. Secondly, all Ukrainians believe that Ukraine will win in this war. And Ukraine became a member of the European Union in the nearest time. We pay for this every day with the lives of our best defenders, citizens, and researchers in particular. As for now, 131 research institutions and higher education institutions are completely destroyed or partially damaged. Now near 10% of Ukrainian researchers and science pedagogical workers are allocated. Recently we had a change of political leadership in Ukraine in the Ministry of Education and Science, including of new Minister Oksana Lisovy, and new role of the Vice Premier Minister Mikhailo Fedorev on innovation, development of education, science and technologies now. Our country have recovery plan, have priority plan of priority actions of government. And this plan have some charters about development, higher education system, about development, research and innovation. Also with your support of preserving and development human capital in Ukraine, research infrastructure development and capacity building, we will see the best future Ukraine. And I hope for development of our cooperation in the near future. Thank you for attention and, як то в нас кажуть, слава Україні. І слава Збройним силам України. Дякую.
Thank you, Grigori. It is also important that the change of the leadership in the ministry will not affect involvement of the ministry in this project. We've had very good conversations while in Kiev a few days ago. And once again, thank you for your involvement in this important project. I just realized it is perhaps unique. We are in Lviv, in Ukraine, in the excellent university, and we are speaking in English. And being a little bit not typical environment, which I may say, because through this project you showed that perhaps with the knowledge of English you are able much more effectively move forward and understanding each other. So I just as a moderator want everyone Ukrainian to thank for this understanding that we are able to conduct the conference entirely in English, and that's an achievement in itself, I thought, for Ukrainian universities, and also thank you for this understanding in this context. And we have last speaker from welcoming speaker side, and Jamie Arrowsmith is online with us. He has been waiting for quite a while to share his thoughts with us. Jamie, great having you, and try to imagine that there is more than 100 people waiting for your words. Please go ahead.
No, thank you, and colleagues, thank you for the opportunity to speak today, and also for accommodating our involvement in the English language, which is much appreciated. My name is Jamie Arrowsmith. I am Director of Universities UK International. You've heard from our Chief Executive, Vivian Stern, about some of the excellent work that is already underway. And before I start, just our thoughts and prayers obviously remain with all of you at this truly critical moment. As Universities UK, we're a membership body, and we exist to support our 140 university members to develop and deliver their own international strategies. And a key part of that is to help identify and establish new partnerships and new opportunities for collaboration. And a role that we have as an organisation is to help to convene and coordinate activity across our membership. As Vivian said, as a community, the UK higher education sector was united in their horror at the invasion as it unfolded and as it continued to unfold. And it was very clear that there was a huge desire to do whatever was possible to offer tangible and practical support to colleagues in Ukraine. But as Vivian and others have said, initially at least, I think we were unclear about how we could best provide that support given the scale of what was unfolding. The question was how we as a sector could helpfully respond. But I think from the very outset, we were incredibly humbled by the focus, the fortitude, and the ambition under such impossibly difficult circumstances of all of our Ukrainian partners. And the message that we got was clear, that you were determined to remain open, to continue supporting your communities, and to be able to play a full and proper role in both the victory but also the reconstruction effort to follow. And so working with Charles and the team at Cormac Consultancy Group, it's been a real honour and a privilege to develop the twinning scheme, which has now brought together more than 100 UK and Ukrainian institutions. So we do thank you for your clarity of purpose and for allowing us to play some small part in supporting your efforts. Now, the twinning scheme is, I think, without doubt, the single biggest and most impactful programme that I have had the privilege of being involved with in 13 years at Universities UK. It is a truly innovative approach, and I think it's really helped us in the UK to better understand how we can constructively work with and support partners through crisis. So that has been incredibly valuable as an opportunity for us. But I think that focus that was actually mentioned by Olga in her remarks about the priority of maintaining the integrity of the Ukrainian higher education system, that's also been a real lesson for the UK as well in how we best support and engage peers that are operating in such testing circumstances. The Twinning Partnership is really a symbol of our support as a country and as a community to the people of Ukraine and to the higher education community. But it isn't charity. The partnerships that are developing have the ambition and the ability to deliver real long-term impacts and benefits to all parties. And I know that our institutions, the UK partners, really do see the huge potential and benefits of developing these collaborations and have really relished that opportunity to foster new collaborations and partnerships at scale. Charles and the team at Cormac have really showed true leadership in this programme, but as Vivian mentioned, we've also been really thankful to receive a £5 million grant from Research England, one of the main UK funders. And through that, there are now 33 joint research projects that are building bridges and capability and hopefully providing a platform for what will be truly reciprocal long-term collaborations. I think in this of all weeks, the importance of ensuring that universities are able to provide the skills and expertise to support the reconstruction is clearer than ever. And so our universities and Universities UK, we remain committed to our partnership. I think there's much that we can offer, but there's also much that we can learn from you as a community. And I hope that the partnerships and collaborations that we have begun to forge and foster through the Twinning scheme become a real lasting testament to our shared ambitions to foster peace and prosperity, and that they remain and grow long after the war is over. The Twinning partnerships are a great foundation, and hopefully they're an opportunity for wider conversations about our collaboration and partnership, and that they provide that platform for discussions and work that help to ensure that your institutions and our institutions are able to fully contribute to the reconstruction. Last month, Universities UK and the UK's National Academies, led by the Royal Society, we hosted a conference in London that looked at how we can bring research expertise to support those reconstruction priorities of Ukraine. And that was a really insightful event. And I hope that this, along with the conversations today, will really help to set that direction for our work and moving from the immediate tactical support that has been absolutely necessary to that longer-term strategic vision and impact. So thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to work with you. We look forward to hearing more about your ambitions and aspirations for the programme and for the ways in which we can continue to work together. And I sincerely hope that before long we're able to join you in person to celebrate the next phase of the Twinning programme. So thank you, and Slava Ukraine.
Jamie, thank you so much for being with us. While distantly, it will change. We will meet. But let's carry on with our program. And at this point of our event, we build it up in the way that we would like to take a look from a systemic point of view what was happening throughout last year and a bit. It started last April, but the group of universities involved was growing. Therefore, for some of you, the partnerships are just getting a pace. For some, you are further ahead. And we have with us Charles Cormac, our chairman of our organization. He will present this picture, look at the challenges ahead of us for this and next year. And there will be some room also for the questions. I would just encourage you also to think about aspects. Maybe you can put it forward. But Charles is with us from Scotland. And Charles, if you can hear us, please proceed with your presentation.
Thank you, Gintras. Dobre ranoch, everybody. I'm so sorry that I can't be there with you, but I've left you in the capable hands of Gintras, Aziz, and the rest of the team, who I know have had a very productive week in Ukraine. I'd like to start just by, I guess, sharing our thoughts with everybody who's been affected by the Kakhovka Dam terrorist attack by Russia, and all of the people who are in Kherson who've been affected. It's been good to see through Twinning that both Kherson State and Kherson Maritime Academy have been contacted and in contact with Plymouth and Kent, their twins, and we're currently working on developing a project to bring some humanitarian support to those universities to allow them to support the people of the wider region. Also, I need to do my thank yous before I get into the presentation. I really want to thank Vivian and Jamie, who were instrumental at the beginning of this process and have stayed steadfastly supporting us ever since. We could not have developed and delivered the twinning initiative without their support. Also, I have to thank Olga, who I met very soon after the invasion and who has become a key ally alongside Juliana, who works alongside her and is based mainly in the UK. I'd also just want to pass on some thanks to a few individuals who you may not know, but again, who I think have played a really important role. Simon Coyle, who is from XTX Markets, who have put a huge amount of money behind the projects that we're running. Jessie, and I don't even know Jessie's second name, but Jessie runs an NGO that has been helping Angela and our team get much needed support logistically into Ukraine, and we really couldn't have managed without him. And also Ben from Mosaic, a charity that we work with, who again have facilitated and supported a lot of the stuff that we're doing. And also, of course, the UK universities who have really stepped up. We've never seen anything really quite like this. Over 100 British universities, and to put that in context, we have about 135 universities here in the UK. So over two-thirds of the universities have got in behind this project and have taken it to their hearts. And then, of course, lastly, I need to thank everybody in this room. I need to thank everybody in the Ukrainian universities. You've been an inspiration to us as a team. Your work in keeping your institutions going, in supporting your students, and in supporting your staff is really, truly amazing. I read a book quite recently by Serhii Plokhy, forgive the pronunciation, but the book was called The Gateway to Europe. And it's a book of Ukrainian history, which I knew little about until I read that book. But I thought, how apt the title, because Ukraine is the gateway to Europe. There are barbarians at the gate, but you are repelling them, and we thank you for that. So with that, I'll move on to my presentation, which is really just to give you an overview of where twinning has got to and where we hope to take it over the next year, 2 years. And the point of today's conference isn't to look back, it's to look forward. And I know that after this session, that's what you guys will be doing. And we're there to listen. We want to understand what you need so that we can help deliver that from the British and the international side as we take twinning forward into the next year. Let me just, there we go. So what is twinning? Well, I think you all know because you're all part of it. And Vivian and others have touched on the background of it, but at its very heart, it's the creation of an institution-to-institution partnership that allows universities to work together. And yes, initially in the Ukraine Twinning project, the UK universities are there to support you. They're there to listen to you and to do what they can to address the needs that you have. But when we set this up, it was always set up to move and transition into a traditional academic partnership. And when the Russians are defeated, and I believe that will be soon, we can move towards the rebuilding of Ukraine, and you, as the universities of Ukraine, have a crucial role to play. So where we've got to, and I'll talk through some numbers in a second, has been remarkable in the space of a year, especially when you realize, as we do, as we have the pleasure of working with universities globally on a daily basis, how slow and bureaucratic universities tend to be. I think we've proved that when the need is there, universities can move quickly. And we aim to establish over 100 long-term sustainable partnerships between Ukrainian institutions and international partners. And whilst at the moment, most partnerships are with British universities, we do intend and we are trying to expand the pool of universities and to bring universities in from other markets. So the timeline of twinning, and I worked out this morning that really, well, it's been 471 days since the 24th of February. So the Russian invasion has been ongoing for 471 days. And when I woke up on the morning of the 24th of February and I saw the news, obviously my initial concern was for our team members in Ukraine. But then very quickly, I also realized that actually we probably had a wider network of university contacts in Ukraine than other organizations in the UK. And we were approached by a number of the British universities we worked with who wanted to support Ukraine but didn't know how to do it. They didn't want to fall into the trap of sending baked beans across Europe in minibuses. They wanted to do something meaningful. They wanted something where all of the stakeholders of their institutions could get involved in. And that was where the idea of bringing institutions together so that the British university could work across its various stakeholder groups with its Ukrainian partner. That's where the genesis of that idea came from. And having spoken with Vivian Stern, who was at that point the Director of Universities UK International, the role that Jamie has now, we came up with the plan of bringing together the rectors of the universities with vice-chancellors from the UK, and really that was the catalyst that pushed the programme forward. And then again, with the support of Olga and colleagues in Ukraine, but as we opened that up, by May last year, we had around 150 Ukrainian universities registered, which was an amazing response from the Ukrainian side, and was being mirrored by the British side, who was signing up very quickly as well. The next sort of data point was September, when we had to report back to our Foreign and Commonwealth Office on the progress of twinning. And at that point, we had 82 Ukrainian and British universities twinned. So we had 82 twins, and 35 of those had gone to full twinning agreement. And the twinning agreement is really where we have the commitment, the written document that outlines how the institutions will work with each other. In March, when we were a year into twinning, we did a survey actually in February, and I'll show some of the results, but we had well over 500 projects implemented or in planning. And as of May, we've grown the twins to 110. So that's 220 universities working together, which is pretty phenomenal. And 58 of those have now signed their memorandums of understanding, and we're working hard to push that number forward. But we have an issue that we are really struggling to deal with now. We've run out of British universities, pretty much, and we still have 40-odd Ukrainian partners who we need to find twins for. So our focus this year is really on doing that and taking the message of twinning out far and wide to bring in universities who can join the program and support Ukrainian colleagues. So I or Angela will be attending events really across the world to promote that this year. In Ireland, at the end of this month at the QS Higher Education Summit. In July, we're speaking at the Times Higher Education Summit in Warsaw, in Poland, focusing our message around encouraging European institutions to get involved. In July, we've been invited to talk to the Australian Universities Conference about getting Australian institutions involved. Then in September, we'll be in Rotterdam for EAIE and for that conference, which will give us an amazing opportunity to network with institutions across Europe and the wider world to talk about twinning. And then in November, we have the big British Council Going Global Summit. So we're going to be out and about talking about twinning and bringing new universities in to support Ukrainian colleagues. And we will, throughout the year, be asking you to help us to do that. So be prepared for us requesting your support in getting involved in talks, presenting case studies about your relationships so far, because we need to show the universities how these partnerships benefit both sides. After a year, I'm not wanting to sort of, as it were, talk too much about this, but I think we do need to recognise what's been achieved. Twinning has already won a number of awards in terms of its marketing and PR, and praise for this really doesn't reside with us. It resides with Universities UK, and particularly Andy Howes, the marketing director. His entire team have really lent in to support the promotion of twinning with the amazing Twin for Hope campaign, which ran across social media. We're delighted that twinning has been nominated for the Pioneer of the Year award this year, as one of five programs across the world, and this is a global awards thing too. So we have fingers crossed that we'll be able to get more publicity as a result of that and the awards ceremony, which will be held, I think, in September this year. And there's a photograph of the parliamentary reception, which was held in the Houses of Parliament in London at the end of March, which was a great opportunity for British universities to come together to talk about twinning and to share experiences. And we were delighted to have so many colleagues from Ukraine who were also able to join us in what was really the celebration of the first year of the program. I want to talk just a little bit about some of the key people that make this happen. So we are very grateful to the Linda Hall Library, an American academic library who stepped in at the beginning of twinning and made free access to all of their resources to Ukrainian universities through the Twinning Initiative. The Linda Hall Library have the largest selection of scientific publications in the Ukrainian language. JISC, who are the UK NREN, so they're the organisation that keep the UK universities' IT infrastructure going. We're very quick to get in to support and have helped a number of twins migrate, Ukrainian twins migrate their data onto cloud servers, have been responsible in helping to collect computers that we've been able to get across to Ukraine to be distributed to institutions that have either suffered damage or have had to relocate. Jamie mentioned UKRI. We're really grateful to them. They gave a grant of over £5 million to support the development of research relationships between Ukrainian and British twins, and we are hoping that there will be further funding to come this year to expand that project. Really English, who are really just a very sort of small company who provide high quality online English language training. Within a few weeks of twinning, they said to us, you have as many licenses as you need. And I was looking yesterday, and there are over 12,000 Ukrainian students who are studying through Really English at this moment, which is really sort of a phenomenal gift from Really English and really great uptake in Ukraine. And whilst I can't announce anything, I would expect I expect that there'll be an announcement that will expand this even further over the next week or so. I'd like to obviously thank our Foreign and Commonwealth Office, who, because of the help of Universities UK, were able to persuade them to support this initiative, and they continue to support this. And in fact, when I finish my session here, I'm going straight into a meeting with Foreign and Commonwealth Office to talk about plans for funding for later this year. Universities UK, we've talked enough about them. They're an amazing organisation. They've been an amazing help and support. And Vivian and Jamie and the whole team have been outstanding. XTX Capital Markets, I mentioned Simon in my opening remarks. XTX are a financial company based in the City of London who very soon after the invasion pledged £15 million to support the initiatives to support Ukrainian universities. And we have been working closely with them since then, and they have funded a number of projects, including the dual degree network, or pilot network, which was set up and is developing degrees for launching in September this year. And we are expecting them to continue to support a range of initiatives in Ukraine. And I know that a number of twins have received direct financial support from them in Ukraine. I'd also like to thank the Open University, who've been supportive in terms of putting on events for Ukrainian colleagues to learn about online pedagogy and how to take programs online, and have opened up resources. Kara, who have been looking after Ukrainian academics who've been displaced as a result of the war and finding them berths within UK universities and helping them with their with all the paperwork that's needed to come and be based in the UK for a couple of years, and FutureLearn, which is also supporting about 25 of the untwinned Ukrainian universities, because one of the things we've been also focusing on recently is trying to get support for those universities who've registered for twinning, but we've been unable to find a twin. And so FutureLearn have stepped in with all of their resources, which are huge, to support 25 of those institutions. So twinning is about the universities, but it's also about the wider higher education infrastructure coming together to support Ukrainian colleagues at this time. Also, in terms of our reaching out, we talked about the events that we're going to, but we have managed to bring a number of universities in from the United States, and we are continuing to try and do that. We're talking to Universities Canada, or the National Canadian University Association, about trying to promote this to their institutions. As you will be aware, Canada has a large Ukrainian population, and we've managed to bring a number of universities in, but we'll be pushing to bring more Canadians into the program as well. Australia, we talked about, and we're holding conversations with Australian universities at the moment to try and persuade them to join, and also Germany and Ireland from Europe. DAAD, we've held a number of meetings. DAAD have hosted a number of events to support twinning, and are looking at how they may be able to earmark funding to support German universities who wish to get involved in the twinning initiative. So we're doing a lot of outreach, but any support that you can give us through contacts, etc., we would be very grateful. And you can talk to Angela or Oksana about that during one of the breaks. So some of the highlights that of twinning this year. So over 20 British universities have sent equipment to their twins. That has been many and varied. We've had, obviously, what you would expect, an awful lot of computers that have been sent, a lot of networking equipment, video conferencing equipment. We've had a lot of EcoFlow batteries. We've had furniture, and even in one instance, Student Union in Glasgow, Glasgow Caledonian, raised money and bought an ambulance, which their twin in academics came across to receive that and drove that back to Ukraine. Estimates are around £50 million worth of support have come from the UK universities to Ukrainian institutions so far. I mentioned really English, so over 12,000 Ukrainian students are studying there. Over 20 partnerships are supporting Ukrainian institutions with access to courses, access to resources, delivering training, setting up COIL projects, which is something that we're really passionate about, and we want to see more of that because it will further the relationship both at an academic level but also between the student groups. And one thing that's been really heartening about this has been how the students in both countries have come together. And we have universities, student unions here in the UK that hold regular drop-in sessions for the students of their twin, or have set up buddy systems where they basically have students linked together to talk, who've shared their mental health resources, etc. So we're really grateful to the way that the UK students' unions have embraced, and obviously the Future Learn platform, which is being used by the untwinned. 33 twins have received their share of the £5 million grant from UKRI and are working on their joint research projects at the moment. We got funding to support 6 of the twins to develop dual degrees in areas that are going to be crucial to the reconstruction. This is a pilot project if this works, which it will, the intention is that there will be further funding to support more of these. So I would suggest that you talk to your twins so that you're ready for when the next funding round comes out, so that you're ready to apply. You have an idea of the courses that you want to develop, etc. Also, we are currently conducting a research study in lessons learned from twinning. So again, later on today, I know colleagues will be asking you to get involved in some of that research. It's to allow us to understand what's worked and what hasn't, but also what is needed going forward. We currently sit with 164 Ukrainian institutions. We've had to suspend the entry, which we don't want to do and didn't want to do, but we need to clear our backlog. Otherwise, there are universities who will just not get twins. So our plan is to get that done as quickly as possible, so we can reopen that. And as I mentioned earlier, we now have 58 signed institutions that are fully through the twinning process and working completely independently. So looking forward, this is something that I feel really passionately about, and I think that is going to be very important. We as a company have a part of our business called Club Horizon. We've opened that up, training for people from the Ukrainian institutions on EU funding, how to access it, how to build partnerships, how to apply. And we're bringing those Ukrainian universities into our wider network of European universities. The idea being that with Ukraine being on the fast track to EU membership, the EU is going to be funding and is going to be making Ukrainian membership of consortia increasingly important in terms of the assessment of Now, British universities are not going to be very much use in that case at the moment, because we're still not worked out if we're in the Horizon project or not. So we want to be in a position to introduce Ukrainian universities to EU partner institutions. So we will be continue to hold training for Ukrainian universities. We'll be holding networking sessions. We'll be holding masterclasses and building consortia. So if you or your institution hasn't taken part in the Club Horizon training, and if you are interested in building partnerships around EU funding, I would urge you to sign up for the next group of sessions of training sessions, and then we can do what we can to help you with that. So progress we did a report. So we did quite a detailed report on the success or otherwise of twinning, and we did that at the beginning of February. So all of these figures are based on February figures, and we also only talked to universities who had completed 3 or more of their twinning calls. So this is a big sample, but not a full sample of where we've got to. And we asked the institutions to provide information about twinning activities across 11 different categories, which are listed there, because we wanted to get an understanding of the success and the scale of what was going on. We had 49 responses from twins, so 49 twinned, so that's 98 universities reported back to us, and this is what we sort of found. So we had 543 projects that were already implemented or were about to launch. And it's interesting just to look at the breakdown of that. So research is the largest of the areas where there are 111 research projects going on. Now, we don't know what the figures were before the invasion, but I think that's a very significant increase on the amount of research collaboration going on between British and American universities. 71 reported that they had received or sent resources and equipment. So there were 71, as it were, packages of support that had come. There were 70 projects around faculty and staff development, a lot of non-credit bearing learning going on, a lot of staff mobility. So where faculty were able to come out and come and spend some time at their twin, a lot of student-orientated collaboration and support. That goes back to what I was talking to about the Students' Union and the Student Council. So 63 different projects had been implemented between the student groups. And then student mobility, which was largely summer schools, either physical or virtual, and then credit-bearing mobility, non-mobility, so where students were able to take courses at their UK twin to have credits that could be recognised back by their Ukrainian twin if they were unable to teach for whatever reason. So you see, it's a fairly sort of impressive figure, which will now be well over 1,000 projects because we're 6 months further on with more twins. So it's really something that I think we can. I think that the twins should be really proud of how they've come together and managed to drive this scale of partnership. There's a couple of sort of examples here. I'm not going to go and just read through them. I'm sure that you can see them on the screen. This is just a tiny part of the list of research collaborations that are going on. But you know, there are some which I think are really relevant to what's happening at the moment. You know, the partnership between SUMI Agrarian University and Royal Agricultural University, which is looking at how soil is remediated after the war. So it's looking at all of the toxic chemicals, etc., that will be unfortunately in Ukrainian agricultural land as a result of munitions. How do we clean that up? How do we get that sorted as quickly as possible? Another one which I think is just worth quickly mentioning is how twins are already bringing in their partner institutions. So they're, for example, Sheffield Hallam University are bringing in La Trobe from Australia to implement and support some of the activity that they are undertaking. And then in terms of some of the technical and material support, as you can see, we've had laptops, but we've also had equipment. So Sussex, for example, have sent to Dnipro blood analyzers, spectrometers, blood flow meters, etc., so they can be used for teaching in the university. Lots of, as I said, I've talked about most of these in the past, but it just gives you an understanding for the type of stuff that is going on. So the challenges that we face, and we do face quite a lot of them, I would say the largest is probably logistics. We have had a lot of challenges in getting large quantities of help into Ukraine and to Ukrainian universities, and we've worked very hard to try and address that. But again, it's something that we still need support and help with. English language is ever expanding need. I hope, as I say, there'll be an announcement in a week or two's time that will make a big difference to that and make completely free English language training available across Ukraine. We're looking at getting a pot of money for mini grants. So these will be where twins can come together with ideas they want to try, where they maybe need to access £50,000, £100,000 to try something. And so we're talking to both XTX and also the government about having a fund that will focus just on that, and also to nourish the internationalisation skills within Ukrainian universities. We're working on the development of a leadership course with the British Council, which will be around, you know, the next phase within Ukrainian universities to support those academics who either have or will be stepping up to take leadership roles during the rebuilding. We think the internationalisation of the sector in Ukraine is really important, and some universities have it done very well, others need help and support, and we want to try and work out how we can do that. Looking for more money for joint research, and again we're hopeful that there'll be further funding coming from the British side to bring twins together to research. We've been asked by the ministry to try and support vocational education as well, which we're starting to do. We have our first vet twin in place, and we're looking to build that out a little bit. It's going to be constrained a little bit by English language ability, etc. But it's a vital sector of the Ukrainian education system that we need to support. And also, one of the things I know that you've got a workshop on later with some British colleagues is using universities as drivers for regional development. So I think that here in the UK has been one of the big successes of the sector, where universities have taken a lead in driving the development of the local economy in terms of skills, but also in terms of research, supporting industry, etc. So these are the things that we're really wanting to focus on. And we've set ourselves some goals. We need to twin all the universities. That's my personal mission, is to get all of these universities a twin. To get over 100 MOUs signed, so we hit our target of over 100 long-term sustainable partnerships. We want to up from 33 to 50 the number of universities who are working on research. We want to develop another 5 to 7 dual degree partnerships on top of the 6 we already have. Get our capacity building project built. Going back to what I said about COIL, to try and get as many COIL partnerships going as a way of really cementing that relationship with institutions. Talked about language. We want to hold a research conference for all of our twins later this year. We want to support the development of retraining programs for the heroes of Ukraine when the war is over, who come back, and will need to be retrained to take jobs, etc. And obviously, we've got to focus on programs aimed at both the physical and mental health of Ukrainian students. I mean, the pressure that all of you are under is unimaginable to me. And so anything that we can do to bring in expertise to support that is really important. And just before I finish, I just want to do one more thank you, which is to our team. They've been amazing. All of our team, those who are in twinning and those who allow the rest of us to have the time to get involved in twinning. But I particularly want to thank Angela, who does such an amazing job of running this project. Her husband, Mikola, who worked with us for a time at the beginning and did an amazing job at working with the Ukrainian universities. That role has been taken on and developed and delivered amazingly well by Alexander, also Jana, who's now based here in Scotland, not very far from where I live, who's doing a great job in running and looking after the administration of twinning. And finally to my assistant, Oksana, who I'm in constant awe of because she has worked consistently since just after the invasion. She's still based in Ukraine. She deals with everything with a lack of sleep, with a smile on her face most of the time. So thank you guys, and thank you all, and I hope you have a great conference, and I'm just really sorry I can't be with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Charles. Comprehensive overview, view also forward. Charles, I think, consciously kept his speaking slowlier than typically. I hope that allows us, everyone, to catch what was there behind. I think we will be able to distribute this information to you, because when you are working one-on-one, institution to institution, you may not feel the whole scale, what is going on. And in this context, I think we just wanted to bring you the wider picture, and I think that is just the beginning of the event, which will then be followed with concrete cases presented, with stories to share. We are happy that most of them are stories positive and good, but we have gathered here also to discuss about the challenges which have been mentioned by Charles, but also in a number of twinnings to look how that can work and develop forward better. So we still have some minutes, and Charles is with us, and there are a few microphones. If there is anyone who would like to step up, please go ahead. Excellent. I thought, who will be the first? Go ahead.
Включіть, будь ласка, на кнопочку.
Hello, everyone. Best greetings from Poltava. Best greetings from National University Eureka Raduk Poltava Polytechnic. I can tell you that our twinning partner is London Metropolitan University. And I'm really grateful for such an opportunity, because we have very intensive year, in the terms of cooperation. So I'm just looking forward to prolong our cooperation with them. And I do hope that, even not do hope, I'm sure that your project really has bright future. Thank you for standing with Ukraine. Thank you for helping us. Really grateful. Glory to Ukraine. Thank you.
Дякую. Дякую. The message will be conveyed to London Metropolitan University as well. All right. Anybody else? It is also opportunity to ask Charles, and with your clarifications, maybe you want to go into some of the topics which were mentioned here to understand them better. Anyone? Alla, будь ласка.
Okay. Dear Charles, first of all, hello, and thank you for being with us today. We wish we could see you here in Ukraine in person, but we know that now it's not possible, but still we're so grateful that you are with us online, and your colleagues, your team, they are here, and that's great, that's helpful, and it really gives hope, as the project is called Twin for Hope. We really have it, and thanks to the incredible things that you and your team and Universities UK International and all the UK people are doing for us. As you know, our story of Kherson State University, we thought that we have already faced our biggest challenge, our displacement, our relocation. But now we have one more challenge that is, I guess, bigger and more difficult than the previous one. You know about the tragedy that we have in Kherson region, and that we have to plan to make our strategy once more. We have to plan everything from the beginning, but of course, we are ready to do it. We will not bring this happiness to our enemies. We will not give up. And I'm sure that all those strategic plans that you have just outlined, they will definitely help us to build this new strategic plan, considering making probably more digital possibilities for our future students, maybe something like the Open University, who is the partner of the Twinning Initiative. And we're definitely sure that we will manage to implement our new strategic plans together with you, and thanks to you and your incredible team. So thank you so much, and Slava Ukraini.
Ala, thank you so much for that. Yeah, I mean, you are one of the most resilient universities that I've ever come across. I think it's impossible to put Kherson State University down, and as you know, we're looking at what we can do at the moment around raising funds from British universities that can come to support both you but the wider region. And I know that you're going to be doing a lot to support your academics, students, and wider community. So, you know, rest assured that Kent, Plymouth, myself have already been in discussions, and we will be doing whatever we can to get support to you, and what we can to help you make sure that you're able to get the academic year kicked off.
Good, thank you. Colleagues, few minutes for perhaps last intervention. I'm sorry, can you check with the mic? Perhaps it's not switched on.
Hi, Charles. Good to see you. I'm forwarding my best wishes from Sumy to you. First of all, my congratulations. Could we ever imagine that this initiative will get to such a scale? You can see how many partnerships we have, and what a big success this initiative has actually become. I would like to thank you, and I would like to ensure you that Ukrainian universities, despite the challenging situation we have, we are looking at the mid-term and the long-term strategies. We are looking for the successful and peaceful future. And I would actually encourage you, first of all, to have enough stamina to manage everything you started together with your colleagues. Many commandments to that. And be sure that we are now on a very good pace towards great partnerships and towards the integrated future with our European and British colleagues. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and thank you for being there right at the beginning. I remember the call that we did with the British Vice-Chancellors, where you dialed in from your mobile phone in Sumy, and it was very powerful, and was one of the key things I think that helped galvanise that. And I know that your partnership with Liverpool has been great, and I know it will continue to be. So thank you.
Yes. I myself recall how many emotional conversations were at the beginning, and there were so many uncertainty around 1 year or a little bit more than that ago, when all this brutality started against Ukraine. And I think we are now at the moment when there is a sense of more self-confidence in yourselves. I speak for Ukrainians, and I think in itself perhaps you don't see that, but throughout this year you have gained a lot. You have become more ready to move forward on your own, to move on with your partners. And I think we will carry on our conversations after the coffee break. We'll present a number of cases, and it will be also a starting point of exchanging thoughts how each concrete, unique twinning partnership could help others additionally move on with additional ideas. Now we have a coffee break. Charles, have a nice coffee or tea at your office.
I will.
And cheers to you. Thanks for contribution. We'll come back here in half an hour. Дуже дякую.
Perfect.
No,
Thank you.
unfortunately.
Bye-bye.
Bye. coffee break. And I saw that a lot of conversations are already starting, and that's exactly the...
Recording in progress.
I knew that recording will start in some point, but for the good purposes. Yes, we are coming now to the part of the session which is devoted to discuss a few cases of ongoing partnerships between twin partners. We've picked up 6 of them. I know that there could be 20, 30 or more stories to be told, but we hope that you will understand this. Other universities, Sumy, UKU, others were having opportunities to present their experience also in other different forums. So, and there will be some room left for others to jump in and say, yes, interesting things you're doing. Additionally, we have some idea what we've been doing, and this will be, I hope, a little bit interactive conversation. In the afternoon, there will be a brainstorming session which will allow for us to also go in a smaller groups and discuss it. So now we'll start with the host university, Lviv Polytechnic University presentation. Natalia, будь ласка, come to the floor. All speakers, then I'll ask to stay here in front of us after you will speak. And I hope you'll be able to be focused, 7-8 minutes, in order we have some more time for reflection, reaction, and exchange of ideas.
Thank you, Ginters. Please start from the beginning of my presentation. I will be appreciate. Dear partners, you see, with a pleasure, I'm ready to share with you our experience in collaboration. It was not so easy process, but you see we have reached the few results, and in my presentation I would say a few words about our twinning partners, and also then will describe our result that we have reached in the 4 main directions. So at the beginning of the twinning program, it's very important to find the appropriate partner. Please, the next slide. And our twinning partner, Nottingham Trent University, is a public research university in Nottingham, England, established in 1843. This university has a long history and unlocking potential, breaking down barriers and making a real difference in lives around the world. It is the 6th largest university in the United Kingdom, with students split over 5 different campuses in Nottingham. And as you know, our university is the oldest technical higher institution, not only in Ukraine, but in the east of Europe. It was founded in 1816. And you see, it was one of the first academic technical schools in Europe and the first in Ukraine. University hour consists of 17 institutes and more than 100 departments. Next slide, please. On this slide, you can see the main figures about our universities. You can compare our activities and our results, and also our position in the world ranking QS and Times Higher Education for 2033. With over 35,000 students and staff spanning 5 university sites. Nottingham Trent University is one of the largest and most influential higher educational institutions in Great Britain, and we may say that our universities are approximately the same size in terms of the number of students and subject areas. Next slide, please. 2 years ago, our scientific council approved the university internationalization strategy. Next, please. The mission of internationalization of our university is to create an environment of free exchange of knowledge through the mobility of students, employees, for the quality growth of individuals and sustainable development of the university. Next slide, please. So as you can see, next slide, yes, you can see the four main directions from our internationalization strategy, and I would like to explain for all these directions our result and our main activities with our twinning partners. Next slide, please. Our university has a great experience in realizing the double diploma degrees programs. Thanks to twinning program, we have got in the current year the new one with our twinning partner in specialization psychology. Next slide, please. There was a lot of preparation, a lot of work and discussion, so you can see the screen of one of the working meetings between our twinning teams. Next slide, please. And we have done a lot of work, but we are looking forward for the September twinning our person meeting to discuss the main details of our dual degree programs. International Psychology Summer School was discussed, and the school organization are in the progress. Our project has led to ongoing conversation with regard to share themes in psychology and mental health between the two departments. We have both learned a considerable amount about the course design frameworks on each university. Both departments have shared profiles of researchers and have already explored a possible research funding bid. Nottingham Trent University will provide weekly sessions for students to support students' comprehension and competency in written and spoken English language across both years of the degree. Next slide, please. The second direction of the university international development is internationalization of the scientific and innovation activities. On this slide, you can find the programs, international grant programs that support our scientific and innovation activity. Next slide, please. The university's nano-twin has a strategic aim to develop a material science partnership between Lviv Polytechnic and Nottingham Trent University. Despite the project has not submitted, our scientists keep working together on development of research infrastructure in the areas of advanced materials and nanofabricians through training and sample development and training for Lviv Polytechnic National University staff in the areas of research management, facilities and projects, and collaborative research bid preparation, identification and management of intellectual property, and accessing commercial activities. And new ideas between the two twinning groups is raised. Now we work together on the development and implementation of modern models of consulting and employment for students of higher educational institution of technical specialities. Together with our United Kingdom colleagues, we prepare the proposal for Horizon Europe, and we will try to apply this proposal to the next call of Horizon Europe. Next slide, please. At the beginning of this year, the delegation of Lviv Polytechnic National University visited Nottingham and took part in the NTU Global Week. The delegates participated in the important events among the representatives from 7 of Nottingham Trent University closest global partner universities spanning 4 continents. As a result, the agreements of collaboration was signed. Next slide. In the cultural sphere, English language cafe sessions are held online every 2 weeks, starting from February 2023. Staff, lecturers, students of Lviv Polytechnic National University have the possibility to discuss with the native speakers on cross-cultural communication, peculiarities, life balance between work and leisure in the modern world, features of national approaches to learning in different universities of Ukraine and other countries, and other important things. So the last slide, please. So you can compare our mission, our strategic vision. We are driven by our determination to become the university of the future. Declare our twinning partner, Nottingham Trent University. Lviv Polytechnic emphasizes forming future leaders who work wisely, creatively, and effectively. Dear colleagues, we believe that together we become stronger and more successful. We thank our partner Cormac Consulting Groups for the help, for the assistance, for support in our starting collaboration, and then we hope that together we will reach a lot of important things for our Ukrainian people. Glory of Ukraine, and thanks a lot for all participants. Thank you. I will try to do it more quick.
Yes, thank you, Natalia. That was really within the target of time. Please join me here. We will get reactions from the audience after the whole presentations will be done. Now we are moving on to Sumy National Agrarian University, who are twinned with the Royal Agricultural University. Happy to hear from you.
Добрий день, шановні колеги. Good afternoon, dear friends. Excuse me, my English isn't perfect. And I'm going to describe our cooperation with Royal Agricultural University. We have small history with Cormac Group, and this is a university before the beginning of the war, and from 24th of February, our cooperation get a new life. I have clicker, I will do it. First of all, I want to say that we are a small university near the border with Russia. There are 11,000 of students are studying in our university and our colleges. These colleges are located on all the region, on all Sumy region. And we are applied university, we are applied agriculture university, and we cooperate with agriculture university, with small agriculture university in Britain. And the unique of this agriculture university is the King of Great Britain, our patron of this university. I want to say that all cooperation must have heart of this cooperation, and on this picture we can see two persons, and these persons really are heart of our cooperation with Royal Agricultural University. I want to say that during the war, near 60 teachers, scientists from Sumy National Agricultural University were relocated to the different country, and 16 now are working in different European universities like Paris-Saclay University, University of Barcelona, Royal Agricultural University, ETH University, and these two persons, Elena Melnik is the head of our grant office, is working now in ETH in Switzerland, and Irina Sklar is the head of Education Quality Office. She is working in Royal Agriculture University. And I want to say thank you for these two persons, because they make a big work for this cooperation. This cooperation is initiated by them person, and they make all possible for development of this cooperation. If you know the Sumy town, Sumy city, was occupied during the first day of the war. Our city was blocked by the Russian troops, and on the next week after beginning of the war, we got a letter from the Cormac group with proposition to collaborate. And we organized a meeting and we discussed how this university could help us. Our strategy is unique. International strategy of our university is unique, and we never ask for something finance or for something material. We describe our situation and we say that we are ready for collaboration. And this strategy helps us to develop. First of all, we said that our greenhouse are broken. All glasses was broke in our greenhouse, and Royal Agricultural University proposed to organize fundraising for rebuilding this object on the territory of Snow University. They fundraised near 10,000 pounds, and we bought glasses for greenhouse and this I don't know, котел for
boiler.
Yeah, boiler. Yeah, yes, and we bought this boiler for our greenhouse. And it's one material thing that we ask from our partners. We explain our partners that we don't need money. We need possibility to have grants together. And we ask our partners to be guarantors for our responsibility to be member of different organizations and different consortium and others. And what we have now? First of all, together we got one grant for training of expert and assessing soil damage in our region. This territory was bombed, and we have problem with soil in all this region. And because our partner is agrarian university, they understand what we ask. Now we have this not small, 200,000 pounds for studying these trainers, and it will be near 24% from all Ukraine, which later will teach other person to work with different damage of soil. Next one, we got grant 120,000 pounds for research this soil. Last month we visited Bern University of Life Science, and delegation from Royal Agricultural University was present there in this university, and we discussed future cooperation. We brought soil from different regions, from Chernihiv region, from Sumy region, and from Kharkiv region. Our scientists take this soil in different territory, different fields which are bombed, and you can see on the picture. Yeah. And 4 European labs, laboratory from Royal Agriculture University, laboratory from Bern University of Line Science, and laboratory from Zurich University will analyze this group. And in future, we want to make map of damaged soil on the northeast on the east, from north to east territory which are damaged during the war. And third grant that we got, it's double diploma, sustainable agriculture and food security. Now we are working, we are discuss working plan, and I want to say that it's really difficult situation because the educational program are very different in Ukraine and in Great Britain, and I hope that in nearest future, maybe in next month, I propose to organize some workshop with universities which got the same double degree program and discuss possibility to accreditation this double degree program because it's really difficult. It's really difficult. Хто знає особливості нашої акредитації, ті розуміють, що ми не зможемо пройти цю акредитацію. It's for us, it's not our, this information for us, not for our British friends.
Those who know peculiarities will understand what is behind.
Yeah.
Feel free to speak, we will help our colleagues to understand.
And I didn't stop on this slide. Our teachers are in Royal Agriculture University on different positions, like researcher and like guest lecturer, and they can get salary, money from this university, and it's helped them. About the cooperation, about the future cooperation. First of all, I want to say thank you for Cormac Consulting Group and all company, all team, this company for possibility to be member of this good project. It's really very, very important for us, and it's really helped us. First line, sign a cooperation agreement. Sometimes, not sometimes, very often, on the Facebook we can see a picture and post about the signatures, science memorandum between different universities from Ukraine and abroad. And sometimes people think that it's finish of cooperation. I want to say that on this moment we have an agreement with Royal Agriculture University, but we get good cooperation with our friend. And I think that this year we will formalize our cooperation and will sign this document. We're going to make a list of direction of our cooperation more big, because now we are working only in agronomy direction, in biology direction, and we hope that this collaboration will be in other direction. During the meeting in Bern, we discussed possibility to have a big, large grant in Horizon, and our partners. I want to say that we have a very long history with Bern University of Life Science, and we hope to get grant together with these two universities, and maybe some different joint postgraduate program we can have in nearest future. Thank you very much. Excuse me for my English language. I will improve in future, maybe. And if you have some questions after session during the lunch, I will yes, ready to answer in Ukrainian language. Thank you very much.
Very good, thank you. And please stay with us because we might have follow-up questions even in English to you to proceed with your English language exercise. But about peculiarities, we understood everything. Good. Next case will be presented by Vasil Stefanik, Prekarpatian National University, who are twinned with the University of East Anglia.
Presentation, please. Thanks. Okay, hello everyone. I want to present our successful story of collaboration between our university, Vasil Stefanik Prekarpatian National University, and University of East Anglia. Okay, just one moment. Okay, so our collaboration started in the summer of 2022 with the help of Cormac Group, who organized a lot of online meetings with our colleagues, and we were trying to find some common research areas, and actually we have found them, and thanks to Cormac Group, we had meetings between our rector, Professor Igor Tsepanda, and the president of this university. And during these meetings, our president and rector decided to have a research symposium in which our researchers from both universities would present their ideas. And as a result, it looks like it doesn't work. Could you please next slide, because it doesn't work. Okay. And as a result of this conversation, on December 14, 2022, we had this symposium. Actually, it was a rather huge event because more than 220 researchers from both universities joined, and we were talking all day. Our colleagues worked in a breakdown sessions. They were discussing how they can prepare some collaboration research projects for future. And this event was held in three topics, in three key research areas. The first one is human health and natural environments. Next one is rethinking society, and culture, creativity, and belief. So in the first direction, we were talking and found out that our researchers are working in the same direction in the context of soil purification, soil remediation, and our researchers found out that they need some equipment. They have results, they have materials, but they need to have equipment to test these materials and later to use for soil remediation in Ukraine. In the second direction, rethinking society, we also found out that at our university and at the University of East Anglia, we have developed startup schools, and also we can work in this direction. And during the session, Culture, Creativity, and Belief, we found out that our journalism teams have very similar research activities, and they can also combine their efforts. So, as a result of this huge research symposium, we decided to apply for a grant, and actually we worked for this grant like in December and in January, and we hoped that it would be supported. But at the same time, we continue our collaboration with University of East Anglia in other directions. For example, we decided to sign agreement for students exchange. We found 4 students from our university who would like to go and to study in the University of East Anglia, but unfortunately, it was rather expensive for them because our partner covered only tuition fee and accommodation, but all other expenses were not covered, and that's why we decided to postpone these activities and to apply next semester. Also, at the same time, we were applying for this grant, and actually it wasn't also successful, but we are sure that for the next such kind of bid, we will change our application, we will modify, and we hope that next application would be supported. But the main competition, the main grant was supported, and our project with the title Preparation the Ground for Reconstruction, Decontaminating Ukrainian Soil, Eco-Entrepreneurs and Environmental Journalism was supported, and it was funded by £131,000. And as I mentioned, during that symposium, we outlined 3 directions, and actually this project also contained these 3 directions. So the first direction, our science agreed to research soil and water remediation for post-war recovery, and you see the problem. As far as you know, a lot of soil in Ukraine will be devastated, actually are devastated, and that's why our scientists from our university, from Vasily Stefanik Prokopiev National University, they developed these materials, these chemical materials that can be used to solve this problem. And that's why tomorrow we are going to the UK, and our researchers from this direction will have these materials with them, and they will testify, they will do all needed experiments at University of East Anglia, and we are sure that they will come back with important results. As a second direction about startups, we are working in this direction. We had every week we have meeting with startup school from this university. We developed together a startup competition, and you see on May 12, 2023 at our university we had such a competition, and 20 students, 20 the most active students got reward £250, and for them it was very they like it, they joined it, and you see a lot of Facebook social media posts in which they tell thanks to the University of East Anglia, in which they have hashtag Twin for Hope, just because they appreciate all what these activities have given to them. It's not just about money, it's more about belief that they can do this and that their ideas are worth to be implemented. And also in this direction we have meetings with School of Economics. The last meeting was 2 days ago, and during this meeting we wide our collaboration. Now we are talking not just about startups, but about other directions in management, in economics, in which we can work together. And the last direction in journalism and filmmaking, it was a program on YouTube which was prepared by our partners from University of East Anglia, and students from our university took part in this program and they helped to prepare it. And the last, The last information, tomorrow 17 researchers from Prikарpattia National University are going to the UK, to the University of East Anglia, and we are sure that our collaboration will be continued and we will have even more successful results. Thank you a lot.
Thanks a lot. Last slide just says, to be continued. Definitely the story just starts for most of you, and thank you for this insights. So now Beketov National University of Urban Economy from Kharkiv, who are twinned with Loughborough University, also University of Maryland. Good having you with us, please. Share and try to stick within time limits.
Sure. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Maria Sinska. I'm Director for International Relations and Education at Beketov National University of Urban Economy. And you might be wondering now how it happened that we have two partner universities, although at the initial session, I do remember it, there were many questions whether we can have several partners, and the answer was clear that no, just one Ukrainian partner, one UK. Well, actually, we're keeping to that rule because, strictly speaking, Technological University of the Shannon is in the Republic of Ireland, which is part of the EU, not part of the UK, while Loughborough University is in Great Britain. But that's not the main reason. The reason is that in 2022, then the cooperation started. There were two different universities in Kharkiv, Beketov National University of Urban Economy and Kharkiv National University of Civil Engineering and Architecture. And each of us had one partner. But then, on the 1st of January 2023, Kharkiv National University of Civil Engineering and Architecture became part of Beketov University. So we appeared to have two wonderful partners, which we are extremely happy about. And we formalized our relationship with TUS by visiting them and signing the official Memorandum of Understanding with Beketov University. But here I would like specifically to thank Cormac Consultancy and praise their ability to match partners, because actually TUS was also created just a year ago as a merger of several universities. So apart from the fact that, well, our universities are really similar, we do have similar educational programs and we carry out similar scientific research, even this fact matched, so this is really great. The initial cooperation between the former University of Civil Engineering and Architecture with TUS started with introducing English classes for the academic staff, and we continued the same project with Beketov University too. And here I must tell that, well, Beketov University teaching staff are a little bit spoiled and demanding in terms of English classes, because for the recent years we've had lots of teachers from the United States as we closely cooperate with the US Embassy, so we had lots of fellowships from the United States who carried out courses, English-speaking clubs. We cooperate with Canadian colleges, which also send their teachers to us. But this lady, Rosanne Dune from TUS, she's absolutely loved by all our teaching staff. I've got the best feedback of all the English-speaking clubs, numerous English-speaking clubs which we've had in our university. So we're extremely happy about that too. Sorry. On this slide, I would like to share one area of cooperation which might not seem so obvious, but which actually turned out to be a great pattern, which we followed with our partner universities after this. So this is RUN EU. This is a regional universities network a member of which is the Technological University of the Shannon. So they introduced us to this Association of European Universities, and we became an associate member. So, and actually this association turned out to be the greatest resource in dissemination information about our university's events, and also in finding partners for grant projects. So this is something I highly recommend you to take into consideration, because, well, most of us, of Ukrainian universities, we are members of big European or world associations of universities. We are proud of that. We post signs of that on our websites, but they are not as nearly as efficient as these small regional associations of universities of up to 10 or 12 universities. So actually, with the help of this association, this year, during the war, like Kharkiv being shelled and missile attacked, we managed to carry out already the second international conference on smart technologies in urban engineering. The first one was actually initiated last year, also during the war, and was hugely supported by our other partner, Loughborough University. So I can say that this year's conference was held in collaboration of two our partners, which we obtained during this twinning project. Here you can see the president of Technological University of the Shannon presenting during the conference, and we had three professors from Loughborough University on the program committee reviewing the work supplied for this conference, because as you can see, the conference is held in association with Springer, which will publish the presentations and the articles based on this conference, which will be indexed by Scopus and World of Science. So what we really needed is a high-quality reviewers for this conference, and thanks to Loughborough, we did have them. Another area of cooperation which was initiated still with former Kharkiv University and TUS was providing Ukrainian university with equipment, and TUS keeps to this commitment. Currently they've prepared the first batch of laptops for our university, but what is more important, the next batch will be of laboratory equipment. You might know that both facilities of Byketov University and the University of Civil Engineering and Architecture were severely damaged during missile attacks, and some of our equipment was damaged. So TUS is going to provide us with laboratory equipment for electrical engineering and automation departments. The equipment produced by Siemens, and we are extremely grateful to them for that. Innovative cities best practices of post-war reconstruction. This is the first project which we implemented in cooperation with Loughborough University. It was initiated in June 2023 during the enrollment campaign, and the idea was to encourage school leavers to choose speciality which will be related to the recovery of Ukraine after our victory, after the war. We wanted the students to get involved into this project. So Loughborough University helped us a lot. So the idea of the project was to first to organize a set of lectures and workshops for the participants, and then they will be divided into groups, and in these groups, with the supervision from Loughborough professors and our university professors, they will develop a reconstruction project for the damaged facilities in their neighborhood. And here I would like to again to thank Karma Consultancy for this wonderful initiative of establishing cooperation between Ukrainian and British universities. What is absolutely excellent about British university is their diversity. Like, this was initiated as Ukrainian-British project. But as the professors in Loughborough are of such a variety of backgrounds, like for example, we had a professor presenting who is originally from Hungary, so he told us about the reconstruction in Hungary after in the 1990s, and then he made another lecture because he wrote his PhD in Japan, so his other lecture was on reconstruction in Japan after World War II and after Fukushima tragedy. One of the Loughborough professors referred us to the German professor Christoph Ressler, who did the research on reconstruction in post-World War II Germany. So finally, this project turned out to be absolutely international, with Japanese industrial companies, University of Vienna, Berlin Technological Universities, and a couple of other universities participating in it. And although initially the target group were actually the school leavers, we ended up organizing workshops for our professors and for our PhD students because the level of lectures was extremely high. Another great thing about cooperating with British universities is their close ties with the industry. So on this slide you can see the presentation of the Chief of Staff, but later we also had the presentation from the CEO of HS2, which is high-speed railway, the second line of high-speed railway currently being constructed in Great Britain. And this is now the biggest infrastructural project in the whole Europe. The biggest in terms of the large-scale reconstruction and also in terms of finances. So it was really great talking to people who are managing projects like that. And the whole project finished in November. We intended to finish it in August, but because of the missile attacks and blackouts in Kharkiv, we had to postpone some of the meetings, so we held the final competition of the project developed by our students, supervised by the British professors, and also assisted by their peers from Loughborough University. And this cooperation is actually, the project finished. There are 9 infrastructural projects developed by the students. Many of the participants have really become students of our university and now continue working to improve their skills to be able to contribute to the post-war reconstruction of Ukraine. But most importantly, these students established close contacts with their British peers. And well, just this morning I received a phone call from the chair of the Department of Construction Safety, who told me that her student submitted a joint project developed with the British students. It was a different project, not the one developed during this period of time, for an international competition, and it won the first prize. So this first project turned out to be successful in all the areas.
And we're a little bit with time.
Sorry. This is actually the continuation of the previous project. We got a little funding for that, and as you can see now we are implementing it not only with Loughborough but also with TUS. And this is the last one, the germ of our cooperation, the project for which we applied and got funding from UK-Ukrainian R&I Twinning Grant Scheme. The total fund is a little bit over £100,000, and actually the project consists of 3 micro-projects: developing micro-mobility plans for the post-war cities, developing guidelines for implementing BIM technologies in Ukraine, and application of 3D concrete printing in the process of reconstruction. So currently a team of bucket of scientists is on study visit to Loughborough, developing this project. So, well, these are just the slides showing how the cooperation goes on those projects. And if we're talking about perspectives of cooperation, with Loughborough, definitely we're going to continue with 3D printing, because Loughborough is the world's recognized leader in this area, and Buchet's University are great at developing structures, construction structures, which are very difficult to be produced otherwise than through concrete printing. So this is something the area we are going to pursue, as well as developing new printing machines, working on improving the properties of concrete from which the 3D concrete is produced. And in education, we are going to implement a joint master's program in beam technologies. With TUS, we're working in energy efficiency and environment protection. We are currently applying for Horizon Europe grant in decarbonizing the existing heating system through the implementation of renewable energy sources. We are going to continue with English classes. We asked TUS to also to provide speaking club for our students next year, and hope this will happen. And well, the last circle is equipment for our laboratories. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, and I think this case, please join us here, just illustrates that even with the structural changes within universities on Ukraine side, this allowed to move forward with this collaborative approach, even with 2 universities, and I think that's another additional challenge, but you managed. That's great to hear. Now we move on, and we have National University of Mohyla Academy presenting their collaboration with Glasgow University. Larisa Chopnyuk is with us. Good having you here.
Dear colleagues, good afternoon. So I'm probably last but not the least, or not last, not last.
Last before the last.
Last before the last. First of all, I'm so glad that we are here. So it's so important for us to meet in person, and there's not so many occasions that it's. I'm so grateful to the Cormac Group and to Lviv Polytechnics that we have this possibility. And I want to share with you the story, which is actually not the one-year story, but which definitely was very different after February 22. So our story is, I'm from National University of Mohyla Academy with the University of Glasgow. So I will not explain and present to you what is University of Glasgow. So you can check if you're interested. So it's one of the Russell Group universities, which many of you, with many other universities from this group, you are cooperating. Again, and I will show you this one-year story, which is almost my story, because I was very much involved into this. Probably it should be in direction of what?
Can we help with moving the slides, please?
What should be directed? Yes, so this is. So what was before 22? So we were in good contact with, so it was again not new, we were in contact and cooperating with the University of Glasgow, and we were jointly implemented Erasmus Mundus joint master program. Now it's called Erasmus Mundus master program. By the way, just as advertisement for the University of Glasgow, if any of you would be interested to develop this type of programs, it's one of the most experienced universities in the world, probably leading Erasmus Mundus programs. So we were implementing the program, which sounds a little bit probably awkward for us, which is and we were together, and we were one of the 2 in Ukraine full members of the Erasmus Mundus program. So we were expecting to grant degrees for the students who were joining this program. So now it is, unfortunately, keeps this Russian, even though the center who is implementing in Glasgow this program, so they crossed out Russian from their title, that is called Center of East European Studies. But anyhow, for 10 years before 22, so we were implementing this program together, and we were receiving the students of this program, and we were supposed to grant our Ukrainian national diplomas, and those who are involved in the story know what does it mean. So to grant Ukrainian diplomas to this type of students. So we had, oops, sorry, it's not in that direction. So we also had Erasmus with the University of Glasgow, this mobility program. We were sending students, we were sending staff, and we also were part of one of our Horizon projects. So we had well-established contacts. But again, so this February 22 changed a lot of things. So it was, we also were in contact with the Cormac group before February 22, and but we were so impressed by the initiative and definitely responded to this twinning initiative because, again, so probably it's a story of every of us that February, March, all of us were sitting in different settings, in different cities, dark cities. So we were in Kiev under the siege. Some of us were not at Kiev. And we were thinking what to do next. So in our case, our first thought was, okay, buildings, we don't know what will happen, but it was about community. So for our university, so the community, it's one of these, so this, if somebody is speaking about Kiev Mohyla and thinking about Kiev Mohyla, it's something that is extremely important, that community and our spirit of community. For 2 years before, we were not a community in physical context because of COVID, and now so people started to go in different directions. In our case, most of the students are English speakers, faculty also mostly English speakers, so they moved into different directions. We were losing community again. So we started to think what to do. So maybe we started to think maybe we should create some hubs or so offices or whatever, groups of Kiev Mohyla students and faculty at some locations. And somehow it went all together when so we received the information about this twinning initiative, that yes, so it's a good occasion to think about the British partner with whom we could build this cooperation. And funny enough, first we were offered different partner, absolutely different. So the partner we didn't know, we were not cooperating before. We said, okay, we will work with this partner, but in a few days or weeks, I have got a message from Ginteras. No. So that's the University of Glasgow calling, saying us that if they would, that they are interested to work with us. So if they would step into this initiative, they want to work with us. So it was very appealing, and so we said yes, of course. So somehow initially we. I don't know even why we didn't mention Glasgow, but Glasgow remembered us, so this was very probably important, this previous contacts we had. And after that, so again, so we definitely, as many others, had a number of meetings, we were describing things, we were discussing, so, and since then what we are doing, so we are trying to balance in between solving urgent things, to think about the middle term, long-term task. At the same time, what we immediately said with this partnership, let us think about, again, so just imagine. You don't need to imagine, you know what is this, February, March, April 22, we started to say, okay, yes, we are Kiev under the siege, but let us think immediately about the strategic partnership. And this was probably one of the mottos of our current and hopefully future cooperation. But again, remembering about these hubs, yes, we definitely explained to the University of Glasgow idea, so this Kyiv-Mohyla communities, we cannot return our community to Podil, Kyiv, so maybe Glasgow, you can receive some of our students. We said, okay, maybe 20, 30 per year. They took a week and then responded to us. 100 for a year with full scholarship. We are covering everything. We are covering tuition waiver, we are covering accommodation, we are covering travel, we are covering visa costs. We said, this is amazing. And this is, so this was from their own cost, so it was not any grant, so this, they just found that this is their responsibility, the way how can support us. And this is the way how 100 of our students stayed for a semester, some of them for a year in 2023. And this is the way how 100 more of our students will stay at the University of Glasgow in the next academic year. Because after the end of this year, they said, 1 year more. We do understand that it will not continue forever, but this is what we have now, and this is amazing. This is what, and we do have Kyiv-Mohyla community in a way at the University of Glasgow. So this community is also the University of Glasgow, along with this 100 and 100 students. So there are 2 faculty members who are staying also for a year, and this is again so community which is definitely, it's not balanced as it have to be, but it is also with the faculty members. So I will not stop on the impressions of the students over there. So this, it's definitely, the students has got a student life after, so some of them were saying, okay, yes, I have never been to Kyiv-Mohyla, so this I finally get a chance to be in the audience at the University of Glasgow, which is great by itself. But one of the biggest impression which they received, that the independence and self-responsibility that the students, in particular at the University of Glasgow, are expected to do much more and to be responsible for many things as the students, and nobody is running after them and repeating, reminding what they have to do. So this is again, so one of the things which was the students were impressed and which we will analyze. So this experience again of so many students is very important. But again, so this we also received, definitely we responded to one of the twinning grants initiative, which was announced in late 22. So we were not somehow we thought that a joint program, probably not yet, but we responded on the research grant, and this research grant was called Kyiv and Glasgow Twinning for Impact, Strengthening Research Communications for Strategic Partnership. And again, we emphasize that we're interested in strategic partnership, which means that we are interested not in one, to cooperate not in one field, but in hopefully, possibly in many. What does it mean? So that it's not 30, it's 50 researchers physically will go to the University of Glasgow for up to 3 weeks this summer. So you can imagine how much work it is, okay, so not for Kyiv-Mohyla, but for the University of Glasgow to match these faculty members. Some of them, they were contacts. There were contacts, yes, so in the field of sociology, political science, okay, around this Eastern regional studies I mentioned initially. I'm finishing, yes, so, but in the physics, chemistry, and so on, so how much time it needed. So, and also we started to, I think, quite relevant interdisciplinary initiatives. It's like a big research project, University in War, so which is very relevant for all of us, and also oral history of war. It's one of our research group together with University of Glasgow, interviewing veterans, also wounded soldiers in the hospitals. And it's still challenging. It's a sign that I have to finish. And so the second part of this research grant is to conduct training. And again, so it's not training for us, it's training for their 30 younger researchers and 30 of our younger researchers on the we asked about writing the grants, and they said no, so it's not enough. You have to build your research profile, you have to know how to build interdisciplinary groups, and only after that you can be successful in writing grant and to be successful in research grants. And this will be online, again, training, but not for us, it's also for them. So, again, I could talk probably much more and much longer. So I cannot avoid saying that it's a personal story of Vice Chancellor of University of Glasgow, Rachel Sanderson. So if by chance it will be somehow passed to here, so it's who supported, it's her personal initiative. It's a lot of dates, nights, and meeting of my colleague Mikhailo Vinitsky, who is now in different position, and myself. So it's a lot of commitment. And so we keep working on, again, balancing in between urgent needs. We do hope that sending our students will not be so relevant anymore, but the latest months in Kyiv demonstrated it's not so easy on keeping and developing the university. And what is more important, we are talking to our colleagues in Glasgow in a way that let us think what not only you can do to us, but what we can do together, or even what we can do for you, meaning that our research impact as well. Thank you very much, and I open to your questions, if any.
Thank you, Larissa. As you can see, depending on the twin, the stories are different, the angles are different. The last presentation will come now from Karazin Kharkiv National University, who are twinned with the University of York. Please do your best to present it, and then we'll have a short discussion after.
Okay, can we see the first slide, please?
Just a second, I think. Meanwhile, we can see everyone on the screen. Enjoy it as well, but slides are here.
Yeah, here it is. Let it be like that. Let's see. There can be surprises, and because I do not recognize the title, it shouldn't be there. Sorry. So, hello everyone. I'm so happy to be here, and it is our pleasure to be able to say thank you to all UK twinning partners and to COMA Consultancy Group, who initiated this program, and also to say special thanks to Lviv Polytechnic for hosting us here. Because for us, Ukrainian partners, it's a great opportunity not only to see UK partners, but also to see each other and to meet new partners from Ukrainian universities. Excellent occasion, and thank you for bringing us all together today. We'll tell today our story. There is something wrong with my slides, I'm sorry, but there shouldn't be that red sign at the head. So in March 2022, COMA Consultancy Group invited our university to establish a UK partnership, which we gladly accepted, and as Mr. Cormack said at that time, that should be a good fit, and definitely it turned out to be so, and we can say this now, a year later. When we signed our MOU on the 21st of June, and
please disregard this, what is wrong. We can catch the message.
Okay.
Just relax and go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Now, trying to summarize what have been done over the year. We can say that we have taken the following steps, and we have started with identifying key faculties. So that is kind of our management strategy of our partnership. And when we have identified key faculties, we informed them about the twinning initiative. Then we established a coordinating body which was supposed to bring together experts and staff members from each side and to support their communication. The next step was crucially important for our department in particular, because only thanks to regular meetings and communication we managed to provide smooth running of the project, and we actually realized that we can handle it together, that this project was manageable. When the next stage, when we defined objectives and priorities for those working groups which we formed, that was perhaps the most important stage, because only those groups who managed to identify these objectives and priorities, so they managed to find common areas of interest which they needed to implement, and only those groups succeeded and continued collaboration. Our twin partner did its best to assign tasks and responsibilities, and also showed us that together we can not only manage, but we can succeed, and we can make plans for the future, and everything is possible. The next stage, when we now manage to add interdisciplinary component not only to our next planned summer school, but also to that joint research application, which actually was the result of the successful collaboration of our School of Ecology, to which the School of Geography joined later, and then it turned into joint research project. And now over 10 PhD students can participate in this project and can create new knowledge and develop new skills at the crossroads of different disciplines. And the last one, this still refers to those areas which we need to develop, because we can say about that later, but still we need to look for funds to restore the lost resources and equipment which we need for further research activities together with our twin partner. On this slide, you can see those main types of activities which we managed to implement over the year. We have started, perhaps the first one was online language courses, perhaps the easiest part, but still the most important one at that time. And then we moved to arranging summer schools. Some people may say that logistics is so difficult, but it was managed by just one person at our university. And so we finished actually with the brightest point joint research project. And we managed also to implement an internship at the University of York for medical students, but they were already in the UK at that moment, so we could avoid the visa application procedure. Here you can see the table which summarized all those types of activities. They were student-oriented, faculty, and staff-oriented activities. And the last column shows the impact in numbers of students and staff involved. And you can see that the numbers, maybe they are not as impressive as they could be, but still we realize that behind each of this line, behind each of this activity, huge effort, our common effort with the University of York. And now I would like to give the floor to another outcome of our partnership, I would say, if I can say so, talking about the person. Mihaela, please come here. I'm sorry, I'm a bit emotional. No, you will need it. So, Mikhaila, last summer, when we had shortage of staff at the International Relations Department, Mikhaila was just an MA student at the School of International Relations, right? And he was willing to work and to help, and he is the one, actually, who coordinated this project. So, Mikhaila deserved this right to speak here today and to tell you more about the activities implemented. Mikhaila, please.
Yeah. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Great pleasure to see you all here today. I do hope you haven't got so tired yet, but instead you are still full of energy and enthusiasm. So let me drop a few words on the main activities which have been implemented under the twinning partnership between Karazin University and University of York. So. Up to now, Karazin students and teaching staff have taken part in 2 one-week summer schools held at City College, a branch of University of York, located in the city of Thessaloniki, Greece. University of York and City College provided Karazin University students and staff with full board accommodation and a free course by their choice in academic writing, digital teaching methods, or general English. Our students and staff were also engaged into rich cultural programs to get to know the history and culture of Thessaloniki in person. And of course, we received only amazing feedback from our students and staff in this regard. Something wrong with the phone, but no big deal. It's not a problem. Well, another very important direction of our partnership is collaboration between our students. For instance, they arranged online meetings. York Students' Union interviewed our students. Then on Christmas, KKNU students received 30 warm branded hoodies from University of York as our UK twin under the initiative called Hoodies for Twins on Christmas, launched by Comac Consultancy Group. Well, this slide shows Vitalina Shevchenko, the head of KKNU Student Council, making a speech at the University of York graduation ceremony. And surprisingly for her, she was awarded an honorary Master of the University, which she's successfully doing right now in York. Well, online language courses delivered by University of York, namely English Language and Business and English Language and Culture, immediately gained popularity among our students, BA students, MA students, PhD students, as well as our staff. And to be honest, we could hardly expect this, especially at the early stage of our partnership with the University of York. But the fact is, as a rule, we had to finish the registration process, well, if we're talking about these courses, because very high demand from our students and staff. So this means that it's obvious that language barrier has become a serious obstacle for academic mobility, joint project activities, and international cooperation as a whole. And it's a great pleasure to know that members of Karazin community do understand this. Slide. Yeah. Well, a good example of interfaculty collaboration is an online course, Modern Public Governance and Public Management in Transitional Settings, which was jointly organized by the School for Business and Society of University of York and Karazin Institute of Public Management. It was held in March and April this year. And it should be noted that the work still continues, and hopefully it will be followed by some research activities. Just a second, yeah. Well, as you can see from this slide, there was also an exchange of guest lectures and seminars from our Department of Geography and Cartography as another step towards a joint interdisciplinary project for our PhD students. Well, the 140,000 pound research grant has been awarded through the UK-Ukraine Research and Innovation Twinning Grant Scheme. And this project is aimed at developing a community of researchers who have the skills and knowledge to understand the terrible legacy of chemical pollution following conflict and of how to clean up Ukraine's natural environment. This project started at the very beginning of May this year and is planned to finish at the end of August, with establishing a long-term partnership around the assessment, mitigation and prevention of chemical pollution in our country. This project includes a 10-week online PhD-level training course, and on this slide you can see a screenshot from taken during one of the online seminars. Yeah. And on the other hand, it also includes an 8-week York-based summer school involving academics, early career researchers and PhD students from our university. Well, as for communications and public engagement, we try to actively cover and disseminate the news, the outcomes and results of our collaboration with the University of York. And for this purpose, we, for example, launched a special page on Karazin University website. We also use all of social media accounts on Facebook, including an official account of Karazin University on Facebook and the Telegram channel of our International Relations Office. Just a second, yeah. Yeah, thank you. Well, this slide shows the York Karazin input within the framework of the Twinning Initiative, and as you can see, there is still room for further development, especially in the areas of dual degree programs, credit-bearing learning activities, and research and equipment. Well, as for our plans, there is a lot on the menu. As you can see, we are planning to hold online modules, credit-bearing online modules in computer sciences for our students. Of course, we are looking for possibilities to submit a joint application for a double degree program. There are 2 international summer schools, and our main priority, of course, is looking for funds to restore our resources and equipment in order to continue existing research activities between our faculties. And to conclude, we have done some good things together and have built a solid background for further research activities, and this is what both parties are interested in. Such programs as Twinning Grant allows Ukrainian universities, including Karazin University, to stay afloat, but this one is different because it offers real opportunity for us to world-class research. We hope that our collaboration will flourish and we can deliver world-class activities in the in the future. So thank you, that's all. Thank you for your attention, and if you have any questions, we'll be happy to answer them. Thank you. Thank you.
Colleagues, I think we are now at the point that we have not much room left, but we may spare some minutes maybe from our lunch break, but to have some reactions. I want to thank, first of all, for your stories being told in the way you felt it is important to convey, in the way you yourself build it up. That's your, in many ways, like Larissa was saying, personal stories for each of you, or unexpected spin-offs and additional things which have developed you never maybe expecting at the beginning. I will say one more thing here. At least 3 of the partnerships were mentioning land-related research. It's like now we fully understand that every inch of Ukrainian land should be regained. Every inch should be restored, and again, the treasure you have should become back in your hands, allowing your country to grow. That's really impressive, and we are proud to say that these projects are related. Universities are part of this story, onward looking, so that is very important. So, colleagues, unique experiences, possibility for you just to someone who wants to feel and then ask something additionally or to tell something from your side. It will be a chance now or a little bit later in the afternoon session when we will be having this brainstorming session. Please, anyone? Good. We have one British colleague among us, Aziz Boussoufyan, who is director of Cormac Consultancy. Good time to step in.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Aziz Boussoufyan. I'm director at Cormac Consultancy Group, and as Ginter said, I travelled from the UK this time last week, and I have the pleasure of being with you today. Of course, as Charles said, I'm very proud of the work that our team have carried forward to support the twinning project, but above all, I'm humbled to hear what has been achieved so far and your commitment, your fortitude to be where we are today. We've heard a small sample of twinning project, but certainly a representative sample of all that has been achieved, as well as the potential of what twinning can achieve. All positive, but I'd be interested in hearing from the panel or the floor what the challenges may have been to set up, whether they're dual degrees, whether it's sharing, teaching and learning, be they communication skills, or even try to understand the UK system and trying to marry two systems that are significantly different. And that will help us understand the lessons for the future and the kind of support that we may be able to provide, as well as the support that colleagues may need. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Aziz. Anyone would like a couple of reactions from the presenters about 1, 2, 3 max, one sentence summary of challenges, difficulties? Have a mic. Would like to be.
Well, I can just. Okay, sorry. I can just repeat what I have already said. Perhaps a shortage of administrative resources, maybe instability of connection. I think that it refers to any Ukrainian university now. And still necessity to, we need to ask now what is next. Our research project is going to finish in August, September, but what is next? So we need to think of those follow-up research activities, and we need to make plans again for the next year and try to make this partnership move it at the next level. Thank you.
Anyone else? Yes, please.
So as for okay, so I would say that our researchers and our partners are ready to cooperate, and I'm sure that we will have a lot of more research projects. And if you're talking about challenges, I would say it's about bureaucracy. Bureaucratic system in Ukraine and bureaucratic system in the UK, they're a little bit different, but they exist. And in our case, we didn't have a lot of issues, but the biggest one was connected with all these regulations in both countries. Thanks.
Maybe we use what the traditions of dealing with matters instead of bureaucracy, because believe, and you felt it, that in not all cases UK universities were fast enough to move. I know from my personal monitoring of many partnerships, sometimes you waited and you are still waiting for some feedback from UK universities, and over the coffee we were having some of you coming and saying, can you help us a little bit to accelerate the process? And I think that's a challenge, and also maybe an answer that very much it is personal commitment related things. When you got people who have burning eyes and beating hearts on UK university side, things started to move like in some cases you have to be sort of patient, persistent if you want, and I and our team believes that together we can break through in many cases where we still lack it. Okay?
May?
Natalia?
You see, yes, we are very glad that thanks to this program we can find the new strategic partners from UK. But you see, in our previous experience, we have got also very strategic for us partners as a Kingston University. So during the 60 years, we were in a program in Erasmus+, in research, in academic mobility, and it was the biggest Erasmus+ academic mobility program in Ukraine, between the United Kingdom and the Ukrainian partners. So I propose maybe we may share the not only in a twinning one university, but maybe we may, you see, deliver this program to the few United Kingdom partners. This is my proposition, because, for example, from the different department, the researchers and academic staff, the professors ask me, may we start the cooperation in twinning program with, for example, the head of the Department of Artificial Intelligence from the one United Kingdom university, and our in public administration, and the MBA ask about this Kingston University. So I propose to think maybe it not will be should be the big list of the partners, but maybe in the future this program will allow to concentrate not only in one partner, but maybe in 2 or 3 strategic partners. This is a proposition, because for us it was some challenge to start with a new partner, but we have, and my scientists asked me about their previous research experience. So that's why we should reorient it, our scientific personnel to another sphere. So this was some challenges for us. Thank you.
Good, thank you. Can you pass microphone to Larissa? And meanwhile, I will say that it would very much depend on the funding. If there are concrete projects and cases, sometimes we approach other UK universities and offer, but that goes from a wider context, especially in the context of rebuilding of Ukraine, when the money will start arriving from different donors. Okay. Yes, then the multiple
it's about the future,
can take place. Yes, Larissa, please.
Yes, so it's on the edge of challenge, probably an idea, so it would be great. So it was mentioned as a challenge at one of the presentation, but maybe it would be great if our experience would have an impact, our very different experience on the common challenges. For example, if this initiative could help us to rethink what is wrong with accreditation of our programs, if immediately if thinking about joint degrees, we are saying maybe no, because we will not accredit it in Ukraine. So probably something is wrong here. Therefore, what I mean, just as an example, so if if we just could think about any discussions, first of all, and then plan, so that such probably one of the biggest, what we have now, so biggest example of Ukrainian universities cooperating with universities from other country. So if we could think how to have this individual impact on the national level, at least on this example, it would be great. So at the moment, this is a challenge, and as a perspective, it could be an idea how to overcome this challenge. Thank you.
Thank you, Larissa. Colleagues, we have to stop at this point because there is such saying, I will translate it into English how it comes to my mind. Talk is talk, but lunch is according to the
Schedule.
So thank you for
Thank you.
contributions.
Thank you.
Just a couple of quick announcements. I'm sure we all deserve lunch, but to deserve it fully, we have to have a family picture on the stairs of this. After the family picture of all participants, everyone is invited to have lunch in the coffee space where we had it, and what we will do in 1.5 hours. And then, last thing for me, it will be a different setting of the second part, because we will do a brainstorming session, means that tables will be removed, and we will have to sit not together with your
У нас не можна.
because that will allow better shaking
Через пакет засовування. На жаль.
you can hear me, even in the back. Please raise your hands at this point of the conference who is having a good time here in Lviv. Okay, I will rephrase it. Who feels comfortable attending this conference at half of the day? Okay, thank you. I just want to get back in touch with you, to feel the heartbeat on the other side of the story. I hope you enjoyed the time among yourselves, having conversations, establishing maybe new acquaintances between Ukrainian universities in the context of twinning, and I think that's always important, no less important as what you hear from the presentations, but as well as from these informal conversations. Therefore, no surprise, after the conference there will be informal part as well. So, colleagues, now it is more engaging session because, again, after the lunch there is always a challenge not to fall asleep at the conference. Therefore, now it will be the phase when we will try to sort of, not easy task, but I think it's achievable to help you to contribute with your inputs to the success of the further steps within twinning, with your own partnerships moving forward. So the session will consist of two parts, and I hope your seating now is a little bit mixed, at least, that you are not sitting with colleagues from your university. All right, please raise hand the table, those tables, who have neighbors at your table not from your university. Not much, not many, but still some. Those, okay, from the other side, raise hands where you are sitting from the same university at the same table. Okay, Sumy colleagues, can you shift with someone or join the others? Because it will allow not to talk among yourselves about your problems, but... And the rest, you are two also from one university? No, that's good. Once again, I will repeat, maybe it will help others to understand. So once again, who still sits with your same university academic colleague from the same university at one table? Do we have such cases? Aha! Simon Kuznets, you are playing your own rules, university, or... Yeah. Please try to split and join the table where you see, for example, one or two person sitting. Sorry for being pushy. All right. Good. Thank you for agreeing to these rules of the game. So at the very moment, each table has this QR code access. Please come to this, open it, and there will be a questionnaire, and it will be a phase one, stage one. It is individual exercise. Each of you have to access and fill in through this form the answers. I was told it would take no more than 10 minutes, but we're leaving for this exercise 15 minutes. I would ask to take this encouragement responsibly, because the information would come back at the end of the day, summarizing all the things, help us and everybody understand what's the picture, how the things could be done better. Since once you are done with it, we'll come to the second, more engaging part. But now, please, if there are unclear questions, raise your hand. We'll come to you to explain. But please now make your input individually to filling in a questionnaire through accessing this QR code, which is at the table of everyone.
Recording in progress.
I'm asking time we have planned for this exercise is over. Do you need extra minute of you to complete? All right, so then we stop at this point. Thank you very much for taking this up and the feedback, as I said, is important and it's based on your experience. Next step will be that we would like to suggest that we would form small groups who could, for another 15 minutes, have a conversation about needs for your universities and higher education in Ukraine, priorities and future projects. We would like that you would have this discussion, turning your chairs around, starting from the first, and then it would be 4 or 5 or 6 people group. I just want to understand, is CCG team participating in this? No. Then the row close to the window will be the first one to turn around. So while you are shifting and turning around a little bit, once again, our request is have a conversation in a small group among yourselves about needs, priorities, future projects. The result of it will then have to be presented to our board online, and after you are done, we will also ask you to come to the mic and say a few words, at least from a few groups. Yes, even if the group is bigger than 5 or 6, please join the table closest to you and try to establish small exchange of ideas. Write down the notes. Dear colleagues, I would ask you to finalize your exercise in the groups. Last 30 seconds or so, just try to write down the last thoughts you have started to discuss. Okay, so I hope you had good intercommunication engagement between yourselves. Time was very short. 1 hour maybe would be much better, more ideas would come. But at this point it is just quick exercise, sort of speed brainstorming if you want, and that's perhaps will be a number of excellent ideas which we would like to hear from you. So from each of the group, or especially the group who wants to be the first to come out and speak to the from the microphone, and you see, just stand to someone and we. Okay, Ala, please, just max 2 minutes.
Should I stay, like here? Okay, dear colleagues, we have made a joint list and we have integrated our perspectives, main issues, as well as our problems in one list, and I will just start with naming the key points, and on some I will stop and make more extended answer or explanation. I think that most of them will be mutual for each team, but maybe some of them will be unique and they will give real ideas for thinking like this. Okay. Okay, the first one refers to joint projects. I think we all are thinking about them. Joint international projects considering scientific, academic, educational, and cultural spheres, which will help to stop or to prevent brain drain from Ukraine. When all these projects can give additional opportunities to stop brain drain and to prove our academics and students that working and staying in Ukraine can still be very profitable, and there is no need to escape Ukraine or to flee from Ukraine. The next one refers to supporting our scientists, our scholars. It also refers to individual grants, to the grants for individual groups and for the whole institutions in general. The next one will refer to rebuilding infrastructure. We know that we have lots of ruinings or destroyings, and lots of the buildings of the universities have been already destroyed, so rebuilding refers to one of the priorities. Then, of course, double degree diplomas, not only just for a few specialities, but for most Ukrainian universities and for all the faculties and the departments as much as we can involve. Then, of course, academic mobilities, especially for displaced universities and for those universities who need to give additional opportunities. Then, internationalization.
May I ask you just to stop internal conversations in the group, because you may continue after the conference ends in an informal mode, but please, Ala wants to continue on the points, please.
The next issue will consider internationalization. It refers to both learning English, providing different curricula or different subjects taught, which will be taught or conducted in English. Then, of course, it will be increasing the digital competence, creating digital platforms, and maybe special education for staff and academics and students, considering general digitalization of the education and the institutions. The next one will refer to rebuilding the ecosystem of Ukraine in general, and we are thinking that it will be great if institutions, business, and authorities could integrate or interact like one unit or in a joint project. Of course, academics have knowledge. Those people who work in business, they have practical skills, and authorities can make all these ideas be implemented in life. I think that integration can be also rather important. And one of the most important issues, we think that it will refer to retraining. those people who come back from war, for our military, for their family members, and for internally displaced people. When we can give them additional competence, education, re-educate, retrain them, it will also give them additional opportunities. And the last issue will consider like a differentiated approach to different institutions, which are already displaced, to the institutions who have lots of ruinings considering their infrastructure, to the universities and institutions who have the biggest brain drain, and to the institutions which still manage to preserve their academic staff, their administration staff, and their students. I think it also refers to one of the priorities. Thank you.
Very much. Quite systemic, I would say, points. Let's see what other groups think. Who wants to be next? I knew Sumo will be among the most active. No, but this one goes first, and then you are on the list. Up to 2 minutes.
Yes, okay. I will be very quick. I represent a wonderful group in the middle of the middle row. Many universities and bright ideas. So we would like to start from the needs, and our twinning, for instance, in our case with the University of Liverpool, shows precisely that needs analysis is the basics for successful cooperation. So what are the needs for many Ukrainian universities? It's first of all is restoration of infrastructure, especially in the regions that were hardly damaged. Also safety provisions, safety on campus, and also, physical safety, but also safety of data, security of data. Again, access to learning and teaching resources is a big need because many people are spread across other countries and also have some problems with access facilities. Professional development of staff, both academic and administrative, sustaining research activity and research projects and labs, and also energy efficiency. We know the last autumn, winter, and spring showed us that we're going to face this for a long time now. What would be the requirements for our partnerships? First of all, I think again that's deep needs analysis and priorities of cooperation. Then we have be very determined about what we need and in particular set the agenda from the part of Ukrainian universities, but also try to share our best practices and be helpful to for our English peers. Also, we talked about clear determination of the working groups on both sides and instruments of regular communication. That's essential for a very successful cooperation. And of course, some action plans, some very precise indicators of progress which we need to achieve. What are the ideas for future projects? First of all is digitalization in many aspects, not only in the teaching and learning activity, but also in administrative process management at the universities. Emergency culture and emergency infrastructure in Ukrainian universities, we have clearly seen that and our mentality unfortunately is we start doing something after something happens, and then we start settling some instructions, some algorithms, but we have to think about that ahead of something may happen. Then green standards and green transition. We have to think about alternative energy sources, about energy efficiency, mental health and physical rehabilitation. Cooperation of universities with local communities, and there are many things about that. And fostering or facilitating European integration of the country, but also of the sector of higher education and the respective measures. So what could be the ways for future cooperation? Research projects, this is definitely clear. Trainings, and workshops organized by both sides in order to share best practices and come up with some solutions. Peer-to-peer work, so we have to go down to professor-professor relationship, and then it will work, I mean, professional service representative, and social activities. We have to go into communities, to the public, and so that the results we gain are actually beneficial to the community at a wider understanding. Thank you very much. I think that's all.
Thank you. It complements very much what was said by the first group, but there were good points. You are the next. Noted. Please.
Good day. I'm the representative of this group, first and second tables. So the priorities which we see are in, firstly, academic mobility, same as academic staff, teachers, administrative staff, students, and so on. Also common research and development activities, common projects, startups, and also student-centered activities. Our needs, as we see them. So first of all, that is to give higher education institutions more financial independence. Second is to overcome the obstacles, for example, which we can see in passing customs for education and research needs. Also with humanitarian aid, these are the obstacles that we had seen. Also promotion of Ukrainian higher education institutions across the globe. Creating network, same as internal network and external one. Also we need strong economy to attract the young people who need to return to Ukraine. So these are our students and also our workers. Also stronger cooperation with local government, industry, business, non-government organization and other stakeholders. And we think that academic staff need higher salary. So, in such way, the role of academic staff, role of researchers need to be changed. We see it should be increased, this profession should be more prestigious, and also we decide that help to internally displaced people and also displaced temporarily displaced higher education institutions. One of it, I representative of Vyacherevan State Maritime Academy. We were replaced to Odessa, so we need some help. And our future projects, the examples of the topics. We see the projects in the digitalization of economy and others. So also the development of 4.0 industry, revitalization of damaged objects, damaged cities such as Kherson, which suffers right now, and other historical heritage. Also innovative teaching approaches and innovative technologies, and also the projects against ecocide and green standards in education and also in the science. And the way of cooperation as we see them. Firstly, that is academic mobility, mutual events, for example, conferences and others, online and offline, and common projects and sharing cultural insights. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Now I will introduce new rule to the game. The next groups who will be speaking, they have to say the points which were not mentioned. Unique. I see you, you are the number 4. Now comes group here, but please stick to very clear priorities, especially if they are new. At 4 o'clock sharp, we have international speakers coming, so we have to be very on time.
So, dear colleagues, I promise to be very, very brief, because indeed several points have been mentioned already, especially thank you for mentioning the obstacles with customs. So we have defined 3 major areas where the future effort and future projects and programs may concentrate on and may be directed to. So the first area is may be upskilling and upgrading administrative and especially managerial staff at Ukrainian universities to enhance, and that will enhance generally the efficiency of the projects and the university staff's willingness and preparedness and readiness to participate in them and to apply for them for international projects. The second area is developing inclusive education or developing inclusivity in education, because this term is very broad and we here in Ukraine still have to learn what it is and how to apply it, which will also enhance and help the future project implementations, whatever topic they cover. And the third area is that we have defined is developing a student government. So we expect that developing this area will make our students more active in participating in any activities that happen at universities, including international or internal mobility, international or internal programs or projects. Thank you.
That was quick and to the point. Ternopil-led team, Ternopil Medical, I must be precise.
Thank you very much. You know, it is quite hard to tell about something which wasn't mentioned. So, and I here put the points about everything what was mentioned. Unique. So when we're talking about the unique, I'd like to tell about the medical aspects, I think so. We are talking about the capacity building for rehabilitation professionals. That's what we will deal with that. We will talk about the capacity building and for work with post-traumatic stress disorders. That's what we deal and what we are dealing right now every time. And I think that the most important, it's not just the analysis of some opportunities, but also the sharing of experience from both sides. And we will talk about matching priorities. If we have matching priorities, if we have matching values, and we can share the experience in any direction, starting from the rebuilding, brain drain preservation, joint grant projects, etc. I hope I didn't repeat something.
Дякую. We move on to the group led by Volodymyr Dal, East Ukraine University.
We had a really big team here. I will not speak about the issues that we already mentioned, probably about the key points in the project that we can discuss. First of all, we were discussing the internal partnership and also to connect it to twinning. For example, the universities which were directly affected by war with the universities in the hinterland who accepted the displaced universities, because that would be a good contribution also to the recovery of the local institutions. The next one, some time ago, we had a really good network of resource centers for sustainable development in about 40 universities all over Ukraine. It was the project sponsored by UNDP, and there was a lot of work which was done together with the local communities. So probably this is the time to set up this partnership again, because in this case we will direct all our attention, the skills of the project management and other research activities into the local recovery of the communities that really need that. Then we had a discussion, and probably this is a good point, that the universities in Ukraine have to learn how to earn the money by themselves, and we had this discussion before. So probably we shouldn't rely a lot on the Ministry of Education and Science in getting the funds, but probably learn on how to do that themselves. And one more point is the support of the regional universities, because as the representative of the Office of the President mentioned also, that these universities have the role of the centers of regional development, and they have a very important role not only in teaching and research, but also as a third mission of universities. Thanks.
Thanks a lot. Just raise the hand, anyone else, please. Just before you start speaking, Many of you have noticed that there is in Telegram group a link. We would like that while short presentations come from the group, one person from the group would write your major points into this Telegram group as well. It will be summarized in this, from this sort of point of view, and because we will not have time to leave you for filling it, because we'll start another session sharply on 4 o'clock. So the ones especially who spoke already, fill in one per group. That will help a lot. Please. Try to push the button.
It should be working, right? So we would like to thank all the colleagues for the expressed ideas. We totally share them. And maybe the only point we can add is that we think that our modern universities, they need support in capacity building in terms of international cooperation projects management under the conditions of limited human resources. Thank you.
Excellent. Shortest story is the best story. The only one thing was missing when I heard about higher salaries. You didn't mention the sort of what would be the minimum. Let's leave it for informal part. Anyone else? Please share the mic.
We're almost the last one, so almost everything was already covered. So as for the priority, first of all, we would like to say about the grants for development, recovery, rebuilding, also for the defense capacity in the future. And one of the priority is to stop the brain drain, but also to get the brain gain back. So anything for that, for the needs, technical support like hardware and software, and also the inclusive premises, also the security and safety issues, not only bomb shelters, but also inclusive premises. Future projects would be to not only for the recovery of Ukraine, but also for the ecology, and also to establishment of the Ukrainian studies at the very popular subject field, and also the lectorate for Ukrainian language at the partner universities. And for ways for cooperation, it could be consortiums, it could be also the different, like via academic mobilities and etc. Thank you.
This group will be the last. If someone of you will not speak, but the most important thing that you put it down and write into the Telegram group in order it will be reflected. Yes, Kharkiv group, so-called.
Yeah, Kharkiv group, Krazin University and Simon Kuznets Kharkiv National University of Economics, and Bakhmut University, sorry.
Horlivka.
So for us, the main priority that haven't been mentioned is the enrollment of foreign academic staff to the university, because we have no problems with the visiting professors. We see in Erasmus Plus project or other projects, but we have the national legislation and some obstacles to enroll the foreign academic staff and to pay the salary in an official way. Thank you.
Good. Thanks, everyone. And I know, just in a nutshell, it was mentioned a lot of overlapping expectations points, and I believe that is a good reflection of what could be next. Some of them are larger scale, some of them are systemic, but there are really practical things, and thank you for this intellectual exercise jointly being delivered and shared with the colleagues. So next part of the session will be chaired by my colleague Aziz Boussoufyan. He will present the context. It is more led by from experiences from UK universities, but we thought this session is also onward-looking and related to the future of Ukraine. Yes, Aziz, jump in. Just put the mics.
colleagues, friends. The next session, as Gintrus has mentioned, is primarily contributions from a widely selected panel members that are here to share their expertise, experience in looking at how universities can be and are drivers of regional development. Just a quick kind of, for those who have short memory, I'm Aziz Boussafian, I'm Director of Coma Consultancy Group, but also for the colleagues on the panel who don't know me, now you know why I'm sitting here. And it's very good to see you, and thank you for sparing the time to join us. So maybe if I can invite Marcus Ross, Vice Principal, Planning and Recruitment at the University of the West of Scotland, to share, Marcus, to share your views and experience with our colleagues from the Ukraine here assembled with us today.
Thank you, Aziz, and thank you for that introduction. Can I just check that my audio is working sufficiently?
Perfectly well.
Yep, we're good. So, greetings everyone from Scotland. I think there are more than one of us in this virtual room from Scotland, perhaps, and two of us are only 30 miles apart at least, I think. So let's see if we say the same things about the regions we operate in. That will be interesting. I am going to try and share my screen because I've prepared a short presentation to bring something to life, I hope. So hopefully, Aziz, maybe you can give me the thumbs up and confirm that that screen is showing now with a title slide. Excellent. So a bit of context for University of the West of Scotland. One of your colleagues just mentioned recently about Ukrainian regional universities. We do not have that classification in Scotland. Nevertheless, University of the West of Scotland, given its title, is de facto a regional university. We have 5 campuses across the UK, 4 in the west of Scotland. You can see them marked there in Paisley, Ayr, Lanarkshire and Dumfries, and 1 in London. The data is on the right-hand side of the slide around the overall student population and staff numbers, which gives you an idea of our scale. Given the topic of this meeting, when you look at regional impact, it's important to understand the spread of our students across the various regions that we operate in. So you'll see that we have varying campuses of scale. London has grown massively in these recent years. It is predominantly international students in London. The other campuses have a blend, and we'll come back to that later on. But we also have just over 2,000 students following distance learning programmes who are spread all around the world. So our impact goes beyond the regions of Scotland, clearly. Picking up again some of the themes I just heard in the feedback session, of course it's not all about students, and I'll come back to what we mean by placemaking soon. Research is fundamentally important, and UWS is a post-92 university in the UK. Most of our research and innovation then is heavily applied, and our research is therefore aligned with the requirements of the regions that we operate in and has impact across those places. So we work across various computing and technology areas such as 5G, artificial intelligence, and we apply that in the regions in which we operate. So for example, our smallest campus in Dumfries is highly rural. The project we have there is with Strathclyde University and with the Scottish Rural University College, and we're looking at dairy farming, but how the application of artificial intelligence in that industry. Other programmes, for example, in crisis research will have different applications in different regions, and the Alzheimer's project listed there is a nationwide project across Scotland. So our research and innovation work is also aligned with the needs of the regions we operate in, but also national and international needs. It's interesting to hear references back to government again, because of course all of this is set in terms of the political environment we operate in, and our government set us various targets in terms of how we must interact with society across Scotland. So we are tasked with widening participation in higher education and attracting people into higher education who may not have had the opportunity in years gone by. At UWS, you'll see on the top hand left of the slide those SIMD 20 and 40. That means Scottish Index of Multiple Deprivation. So that is the less privileged people in Scotland. And at UWS, we attract 27.1% of our intake every year, population rather, from the lowest quintile, and nearly 50% from the lowest 2 quintiles. That's a massive contribution we clearly make to the local communities. We also work in partnership with colleges, and I'll come back to the partnership theme in a second as well, because partnership is key to us in meeting the requirements of the regions. And we work in partnership with industry. So on the right-hand side, you see graduate apprenticeships mentioned. That is a scheme in Scotland whereby we deliver work-based learning, which is designed to meet the needs of local, regional and national employers, and people can study whilst in employment. That gives the context to UWS. It was opportune to have this chance to chat with you today because we are going through the development of our next university strategy. And very much at the centre of that theme is UWS as a placemaker. And what could that mean and what should that mean for the university and the places we operate from? So we're looking at a number of important factors. What do we mean by place? As a university, we believe we are not restricted by the geographical boundaries of the towns that we're located in. So it's how we define our place in terms of local, regional, national, and increasingly international impact. What are the challenges that brings? We've arrived at the conclusion, actually, that the needs of the places we are based in can act as a driver for institutional planning, as opposed to the other way around. Even in a relatively small country like Scotland, and we're in the southwest of Scotland, 4 regions we operate in that relatively small footprint, have vastly different regional requirements. And that presents a challenge to a university, which is one university operating across those many places. How do we construct what we offer to meet those regional needs? All of that with an eye on impact, because if we don't know that what we're doing is having impact, what is the point? And that goes beyond, as I said earlier, the students and the learning and teaching side of things. It spans our research and innovation. We have to consider our economic impact, but also that academic, social impact we can have across the regions as well. And we've concluded that for us to make maximum impact, we have to engage in a series of strategic partnerships. They are wide and they are various in nature, and we cannot make the impact we would wish alone. So you'll hear in a minute, but we work with the University of Glasgow, for example, very closely in Dumfries, and there are discussions around how we might strengthen that in the context of national discussions around new medical requirements. You can't ignore the political environment we operate in, clearly. Higher education has devolved to the Scottish Government within the UK, but the Scottish Government doesn't, for example, control migration policy, so we rely on the UK for those elements of our mission. And then at a more local level, with the regions we operate in, we have 12 local governments that we react to. So there's a complex political environment that we find interesting and an ongoing challenge. This slide will not be particularly legible, I'm guessing, particularly for those potentially back of the room, but it's designed to show that for UWS, all of our campuses are different, and the physical elements of our infrastructure are important to meet the needs of place, and they've been designed with some of that in mind. So Paisley is the oldest campus within the university. It's where the university was founded. It's a town centre location. It meets the needs of local and international students. You compare that with London, which is a relatively new campus. It is focused solely on international students. It's next to Canary Wharf, actually, in the city, but has a specific purpose, which is very different from our Dumfries campus on the bottom left-hand side, which is delivered through partnership, where we actually partner with the local college, and we have 2,000 square metres of space within their building to deliver higher education, and we collaborate with them in other elements of higher education delivery. So each of the campuses has a different role to play for us as well. What do we achieve? These figures, I must say, are from some time ago, when our turnover was probably around about 2/3 of what it is now. But even then, you'll see that in terms of the gross value add and the jobs supported, as a relatively modest-sized university, we make significant impact. And when I speak to the point earlier about measuring our impact, getting third parties to evaluate our economic impact is an important part of that mission. So we break it down by the regions we operate in so that we can quantify the impact we are having, and we can challenge ourselves if we think actually we're not doing quite well enough. Partnerships I've mentioned Dumfries and Galloway College, but for us, the approach for UWS has to be tertiary in outlook. So in the Scottish sense, that's the university, UWS, working with college partners to look at as seamless as possible provision of skills training, higher education, and how students can complete that journey. We find colleges are often better plugged into local networks across the regions we operate in than the university can be, so they are fundamental partners for us. In conclusion, then quickly, what are the reflections for UWS? I think it's clear for us, even in a small footprint, one size does not fit all. The requirements of the regions, the nations, and the countries we operate in mean we have to react differently in different places and be reasonably agile and be prepared to exercise governance models in such a way that allows us to react to those local needs. We think partnership is fundamental, be that with government at national or local level, be that with other higher education or further education institutions, or be that with industry as well. We think that's fundamental, and we cannot achieve this alone. Quite a lot of the discussion, not least the higher salaries for academic colleagues when I came into the room earlier on, quite a lot of the conversation was around resourcing, and someone mentioned about earning more money through not the state. That is a challenge we find when it comes to regionality, understanding what are the different priorities through government funding and how can you stimulate activity if there is not ready access to core funding. And then finally, measurement being fundamentally important. If you can't measure it, you don't know if you're having impact, and that's something we do wrestle with. It is not easy, but it's something we're trying hard to measure. So that, in summary, is UWS. I'm going to try and stop sharing my screen if I can, but I can't. I'm going to pass on while I look to the controls have disappeared from my screen, but I'll find a way to stop sharing.
Thank you, Marcus. Marcus, can you hear me?
I can hear you, okay, but the meeting controls have disappeared, which hence you've got my screen probably frozen. I can dilate and come back in and move someone else come in.
Okay, we can hear you. Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Next speaker, I'd like to invite Professor Kevin Kerrigan, Pro-Vice Chancellor for Business and Enterprise at Sheffield Hallam University. So we have just heard from the University of West of Scotland, so the northwest of Great Britain, and now we travel a bit south to the big city of Sheffield. May I ask our panel members to speak a little bit slowly because we have an audience of mixed abilities and a bit of echo in the room, so I'd be very grateful if you could bear that in mind when you're making your presentation. Thank you very much. Kevin, please be my guest. Hello, Kevin.
Kevin, I think you're on mute.
Thanks, Rob. Can you hear me now? Okay,
yes,
thank you.
We can.
Welcome. Very nice to see everybody. And my name's Kevin Kerrigan. I am Pro-Vice Chancellor for Business and Enterprise at Sheffield Hallam University. And I've been asked to give you about 10 minutes on regional development, driving regional development in a university. And I thought that the best way I could do this is to tell you about 3 things that we have learned over the past few years in trying to drive regional development in Sheffield and the South Yorkshire region, which is in the north of England. It is a former industrial area with very significant deprivation and economic challenges, but also a great spirit and a lot of opportunities for the future. Can I also just check, Natalia, can you see my screen?
Yes, we can, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. This is Sheffield Hallam University. It's in the middle of the northern city of Sheffield. Sheffield has a population of around 500,000 people and a wider urban area of about 1.2 million people. So it's a big city in the north of England. And the university sits right in the city centre. I want to give you a few facts or figures about the university. Its mission is to transform lives. We have around 34,000 students from the region, but also wider across the UK and also from more than 100 different countries. We have around 700 different courses or programs and about 4,300 staff, academic, faculty and professional support staff. We used to be called Sheffield City Polytechnic until 1992, when we became Sheffield Hallam University. And we are therefore an applied university. We focus on real-world application of knowledge and skills to solving business, society, and other issues. We like to think that we are an entrepreneurial university that's easy to work with and works well with business and policymakers. And we're also most definitely a university for social mobility, which enables us to bring lots of first-generation students into university and to reach into communities that tend not to have a tradition of learners going to university. Really significantly for this presentation, we are a civic university, a university based in Sheffield, committed to the city, committed to the wider region. And our regional development work is all about supporting that civic commitment. And finally, we have lots of partners around the world, and we're particularly proud in this context to partner with the Kyiv National University of Technology and Design as part of the Ukraine University Scheme. So, the 3 lessons that we have learned over the past few years. The first one is that we need to work with industry. And by that, I mean public and private sector organizations, and I mean at all levels of the organization. The reasons why we think that's important is that it enables us to support regional economic growth in Sheffield and the wider South Yorkshire area. There's also a concept in the UK, at least, of anchor institution, and working with industry helps to confirm Hallam as an anchor institution. And what I mean by that is that the university is a strong, large, committed institution that sees itself as supporting, underpinning, grounding the future plans of the region. Thirdly, it enables us to build partnerships with other organisations to make our campus, our university life more relevant, more vibrant, a better learning place. I'll give you an example. We have very large National Health Service hospitals and other clinical facilities in Sheffield. There are 3 different hospitals and many other healthcare outlets. Working with those hospitals and with those trusts enables us to develop new solutions that will support the region. So we are now working on a partnership to create a national centre for child health technology in a deprived part of Sheffield that will bring the NHS and the university together to look at how technology might be used to support infant and early years child health. And finally, the working with industry enables us to support graduate employability, to support students getting great jobs in the future, which makes the university itself more attractive to students applying, and then those students wanting to stay in the Sheffield area after they graduate. So here are some statistics and some brands. So more than 3,500 businesses and more than 23,000 student placements each year. So students going out into industry to learn in a workplace environment rather than in a university environment. The second lesson that we've learned is to develop the university strategy in light of regional needs. The 4 pictures on the screen are the 4 main urban areas of this region. So we have Rotherham in the top left, Doncaster in the top right, which is a new city, Sheffield in the bottom left, and then Barnsley, which is a large town in the bottom right. So those 4 big urban areas make up the main economic powerhouses of this region where the university sits. What we have tried to do, and we made some mistakes earlier, what we've tried to do is to reflect the plans of those regional stakeholders in our university strategy. We listened to the mayor, to politicians, to policymakers and to officials to make sure that there was a connection between what we were trying to do as a university and what they wanted to do as civic leaders. And the last thing that we tried to do is to learn from other areas of the country and other areas of the world, to find good examples of how universities were engaging with their regions. And what that engagement enabled us to do was to create a civic university agreement. So we produced and published this document about 2 years ago with 4 strands: economy and jobs, education and skills, health and well-being, community and regeneration. and we hope that that strategy, that agreement that we published, sits well, aligns well, is comfortable with the wider economic plan of the region, because we wrote it in collaboration with those other stakeholders. And the last lesson that we learned is that students are a major asset for regional engagement. They are ambassadors for the university. They are the future talent that goes into the industry of the region, and they are people with bright ideas. And here's some of the reasons why we think it's good to use students as an asset, and how to make that real. So the first thing is building service learning into the curriculum so that students can help others as part of their study. They can learn while they are supporting community projects. Students enjoy this. They feel motivated by doing good within the community. That led us to develop a Hallam model curriculum design principles. And we have 4 of these principles that sit in all of our taught courses. They are engage, collaborate, challenge, and thrive. So all of our students will encounter these 4 principles in any course of study that they do. And particularly those first 2, engage and collaborate, ensure that the student go out there into the community to support the work of the community. And I've given you some examples at the bottom bullet point there of the type of projects that we run. Live industry projects, applied research by students on behalf of community groups, students doing consultancy for small businesses or entrepreneurs, students doing placements or internships in companies or public sector organizations in the city and the region. And then the final thought I will leave you with is a lesson we learned was to try to develop a network of like-minded organizations to help us build new ideas, offer support to each other, and to increase the profile of this type of work. So we, along with a small number of other universities, established the Civic University Network. That now has more than 100 members of universities in the UK that are committed to working with their communities and creating civic university agreements. The website that I've posted on the slide there will link to a huge amount of resources that will help any other university in the UK or anywhere else in the world that is seeking to deepen its relationship with its region and to improve its regional development activity. Okay, I'm going to stop sharing there and hopefully that made sense. Back to you, Natalia.
Kevin, thank you very much for sharing those 3 lessons of Sheffield Hallam University being a civic university. Thank you very much. It is also the first time that I've been called Natalia, but it may not be the last time this afternoon, but I can live with it. Thank you very much, Kevin. My pleasure now is to call in Rob Carthy, Director of International Development at the University of Northumbria in Newcastle. Rob.
Thanks, Aziz. Hopefully you can hear me. If I can get a thumbs up from people if they can hear me. Yep, there's a nod there. That's enough from me. Thanks so much for asking me to come and share with you today. As Aziz says, my name's Rob. I'm the International Director at Northumbria, and that might explain why I'm talking to you today from China. I'm out in Beijing at the moment, and it's currently 9:30. So I'll try and keep this brief. I actually will be talking about lots of things that will chime with both Marcus and Kevin's discussions in terms of the role we play as a university, the type of university that we are as well. But I'll start off by saying a few things about Northumbria University, and then I'll move on to talk about the role we play within the region and the impact that we have in doing that. Northumbria is a large modern university, enrolment of about 36,000 students. The majority of those are with us in Newcastle, but we teach across a range of different locations. As I say, we're a modern university, but we trace our origins back to 1871. And we see ourselves as a research-intensive modern university. We've spent a lot of time, effort and money over the last 15 years to really drive forward on that research agenda. And we think that that was one of the key drivers for us to win University of the Year this year, which we're really, really pleased about. But we think that was for two reasons. Firstly, because of the step change we've made in our research. But secondly, because of the substantial role we play around widening participation, supporting learners from less advantaged backgrounds, people new to higher education. And that's a huge part of what we do, and that plays a big role in our regional activity. So we're based in the centre of Newcastle, in the northeast of England, but we also have campuses in London and also in Amsterdam, and we deliver across a range of other locations. But Newcastle is a large-ish city, slightly smaller than Sheffield, around 300,000 people in the city, and in the wider northeast region, around 3 million people. But the northeast is one of the more deprived parts of the UK. It's one of the least diverse parts of the UK, and it's an area with low education participation in comparison to a number of other parts. And so the role that Northumbria as a university plays is really, really key. And that's just an image of part of the region. That's the bridges over the River Tyne. But it's a region we're really proud of, and it's a region that we play a large role in. Our UK undergraduate population, around 60% of them come from the region. And what that means is that we are placing huge numbers of graduates. Because we're such a large university, we place a lot of students into the labour market once they've graduated from Northumbria. And that means we have to have incredibly strong links and engagement with our employers. We do place more graduates into the local labour market than the Russell Group combined, and that's something we're really proud of. The engagement that we have with our local employers is deep, and it's multi-layered. Not only are we working with them to make sure that we are graduating students with the right skills for the jobs that they need, but we also continue to work with them across a range of different ways. So we have placement opportunities within all of our undergraduate degrees, so internships for students to go and spend time in a company. We do a lot of workforce development, so CPD, apprenticeships and executive education. And we also bring our employers in to work with us around research and enterprise. I mentioned the Northeast is a fairly deprived region within England. That means that there aren't large numbers of private sector employers. A lot of the larger employers are public sector. The big industry is the service industry. But we work very, very closely with local government and with the NHS, and I'll touch on those a little later on, as well as cultural organisations. But levelling up the ability to drive growth outside of London and the South East is really, really important in both Yorkshire, as Kevin's talked about, and the North East of England as well. But I think there's lots within the previous two presentations that I think sound very similar to the way that Northumbria has approached this. But one of the things that I think we're really proud of is the collaborative Newcastle model. This is a model that's about 3 years old, and it's a strategic agreement between the City Council, Newcastle City Council, the two universities, Northumbria and Newcastle universities, 3 NHS trusts and care bodies, the GP group, which manages all of the doctors, and the voluntary sector. And it's a strategic body to ensure that when we are thinking about the role that we play within the region, the investment we are making and our focus, we do that jointly. We do it together to ensure that we can deliver more than the sum of the parts and ensure that we have a really joined up approach. At the moment, we are working across 3 focus areas: health and social care, growth and prosperity, and ensuring that Newcastle has a net zero approach. And so in that first area, health and social care, Northumbria University is developing a centre for health and social equity. But we're not doing that alone. We're doing that in partnership. We're working with our partners in the collaborative agreement to ensure that what we're doing doesn't just meet what we want to do, it meets what has the best impact for the city and for the region. And within that, we also have the collaborative Newcastle Universities Agreement, where the 2 universities have agreed to work together. Ordinarily, we would be competing for students or for research money, but we've agreed to come together over the last 2 years to collaborate effectively as big civic players, as big drivers of activity, of income, of research. And we've agreed that working closely together is the most effective way of bringing change to the region. And this is really different, this is new for us. And one of the things that I think that we're really proud of in that is the Into University approach, where we've come together, we've agreed to set up essentially an access to higher education centre in one of the poorest parts of the city to try to raise aspirations, to try to highlight the opportunities for higher education amongst students who ordinarily wouldn't be thinking about this at all. And so I think this is just one example of the way that we've recognised the role that we play as a university, but also recognised that we're more effective working together. There is a bigger impact if we collaborate, and doing that as the universities and doing that as the city, we think has the biggest opportunity for impact within the region, and recognising the role we play, recognising the students, the employers, the staff that we have, and the role that we can all play to really have the maximum impact in the region. And I think that's all I'm going to say, but that's my contact details, my email address if anybody wants to get in touch. But Aziz, I shall pass back to you now.
Thank you very much, Rob, and thank you for contributing all the way from China. I hope you're having a safe journey, and thank you for being with us. And if you may, could you please stay with us? There may be questions afterwards. Thank you very much. So we started in Scotland, the Northwest. Let's finish the UK tour by going back to Scotland to Professor Matthew Walters, head of the School of Medicine, Dentistry and Nursing at the University of Glasgow. Matthew.
Thank you, Aziz. Can I check you guys can see my slides and hear me okay at the moment? Great stuff, that's fantastic. Well, it's a huge pleasure to be with you all, albeit virtually, this afternoon. It's a delight to be able to talk to you. I'm going to soften the focus a little bit and talk about regional development, but also about how universities may make more prosaic contributions to the local communities in which they're rooted and which they serve. I'm going to try to talk slowly. I'm from Glasgow. It is said that if you're greeted by a friendly man from Glasgow, it's like being attacked by a dog. So I will try to be slow, but if I get too fast, I apologize in advance. I want to begin, if I may, by paying tribute to the students that we've had in our medical school. Since October of last year, we have had 20 students from Poltava State Medical University join us in our wards, in our clinics, in our operating theatres, and I'll show you some pictures later on of the hospital where they've been. They have been inspirational. their resilience, their courage, their determination, their ability has made an enormous impact on the staff and students of our medical school here in Glasgow. We are very proud and humbled to have them with us and to have played a small part in enabling them to continue their medical education journey, ultimately to graduate, to return to Ukraine and to serve their communities there. So I wanted to start by just acknowledging the fantastic undergraduate students in Ukraine and the pride we have in hosting them in the short term until they can resume their medical studies back home. A little bit about the University of Glasgow. We're an old institution, been around for a long time. We're in the Russell Group of research-intensive universities in the UK, and we're ranked in the top 100 universities in the world and have been so for a good number of years. We're fairly large and fairly diverse. We have we're a Catholic university with a small c, so we cover a very broad range of subjects. We take students from all over the world, about 35,000 students, undergraduate and postgraduate at the moment. And we're also, as we've been hearing, a civic university rooted in our community with a mission to improve not only the lives of people globally, but with a focus on local issues and local concerns. With regard to economic contribution, the direct contribution is fairly straightforward. We're a major employer in the city with well over 9,000 staff now. And if we look at the economic impact in a little more detail and breaking it down, you can see that the majority of our economic impact, as calculated in an external report, stems from our research activities. We have a number of research beacons, which are our cross-disciplinary areas where we feel we are internationally competitive. And these include precision medicine and chronic disease. And we already, in the last few months, have had a joint grant with Lviv Medical University in the field of cancer. We have a research beacon in One Health and planetary health. We're interested in inequalities in the broadest sense. We're interested in creative and cultural economies, and we're interested in nano and quantum technologies as applied to a very broad range of potential applications. So our research is fairly broad and makes a major contribution to the economy in Scotland. We also obviously have other means of contributing around teaching and around exporting our educational offerings throughout the world. Now, we heard earlier about partnerships with cities with a view to redeveloping and improving facilities for students and for the community generally. We're very much in that space as well. We're in the middle of a very major capital investment program here in Glasgow. The building you can see at the back of the slide is just across the road from me here at the moment. This is the James McCune Smith Learning and Teaching Hub, which was built with significant investment and part of our capital development program. We're looking to expand our campus and in doing so create more jobs and grow our impact on the local economy. And the aim is more deeply to root us in our local community. This is an aerial shot of the west end of Glasgow, so I'm talking to you from this building here at the moment. This is the main campus of the university. That's what our campus used to look like. More recently, we've acquired this space here, and we are redeveloping it at quite significant expense. These are the new buildings that are planned to go into that space, obviously very significant capital investment, improving the economy locally, and also in line with our mission as a civic university. We've taken down all of the fences and we're encouraging the community to wander through the university. So we don't necessarily just want academics and university employees on our campus. We want the community to feel welcome. We've got a big square here that's been nicely landscaped. We want people to wander through the university and to feel a part of the university, even if they're not matriculated students with us. That's the main campus in the west of Glasgow, we're also involved in redeveloping some deprived areas just a mile or two to the south of where we are just now. The Glasgow Riverside Innovation District is intended to boost our commercial partnerships, and that's an area we're extremely keen to do more with. We also have a Centre for Sustainable Solutions, which is our part, if you like, in the fight against climate change and the climate emergency. And we've also been very actively involved in building the biggest acute hospital, one of the biggest acute hospitals in Europe. This is the Queen Elizabeth University Hospital, which is right next door to the Riverside district that I mentioned. This is where I do my clinical work, and all our clinical academics do some clinical work in this space. It's a fantastic environment in which to train medical students, as our colleagues from Poltava know, and as some of the students from Lviv Medical University will be finding out when they join us next month. We've made, within medicine, some more prosaic contributions to the health and hopefully to the benefit of the community in recent times. During COVID, all of our clinical academics became full-time clinicians. So this is me in the hospital during COVID, and we worked very hard during those years treating patients who were affected by COVID. We had some unusual things that we had to do as a medical school. This is a graduation ceremony like no other. This is the graduation ceremony during COVID. Our students couldn't join us for a congregation for our graduation ceremony, but we graduated our students 3 months earlier than we would normally, and we deployed them on the wards. So our students stepped up to help the fight against COVID. We do other things for the community, so we look at outreach. These are some of our medical students raising awareness of hypertension in this case, measuring people's blood pressures and referring people on for treatment. And we have other big programs, not just in medicine, but for example in dentistry, a very large program that's been extremely successful in reducing dental caries in young children in the west of Scotland. It's called the Child Smile Project, and something that we're very proud of. So we hope to be able to make contributions on an economic scale, as mentioned, but also we'd like to be able to make a direct contribution to the health and the well-being of our local community, aligned with our role as a civic institution. All universities have got mission statements. I don't particularly like mission statements, I have to say, or vision pieces like this, but the aim is not just to be one of the best universities in the world, but to be a university for the world. And that concludes all I have to say. I'm grateful to you for your attention, and I'll hand back to Aziz. Thank you.
Matthew, thank you very much, and I very much liked that kind of last statement, university for the world, and I think everything we've heard so far is very much university for the place where the university sits, and I think that's a core message. We couldn't have these discussions without coming back to Ukraine. I've had the pleasure, privilege of listening to Mykola Trofimenko twice from Mariupol University, and I'm looking forward to listening to you, Mykola, for a third time. So please be my guest, and thank you for being with us.
Thank you so much. I will try not to repeat the information and to be not to repeat all those things I've been talking to the Cormac Consultancy during our panel. I would like to thank for this invitation and for the opportunity to share with you with the expertise of Mariupol State University. And I also have several slides. If I can share, yeah, I think I can. Yeah. Do you see it? Yeah. Okay. So you know the story of Mariupol, the tragedy of Mariupol, and this city had the population about 500,000 people. More than 100,000 people were killed during the siege of Mariupol. 250,000 fled the city after we had the opportunity to do this, actually. And about 100,000 is still there. And Mariupol State University was one of the institutions, and actually it's the only institution with the name of our hero city in the title, which decided to displace, to change the location, and to gather all the staff and students in the capital of Ukraine, in Kyiv, and to restart our activities. Our staff and students decided to develop a new strategy and not to rebuild, but to build the new university with the new philosophy, with the new senses. And we decided actually to go to the civic university strategies of the United Kingdom, because our purpose is very much alike and very much adjust to the strategy of the civic universities. Our main aim is to try to convince our young people, especially young people and all Mariupol residents, not to lose their Mariupol identity. Because now we are planning to rebuild the Mariupol after the liberation of these territories, but without people, all these processes will be useless, and Mariupol State University will play the core role in the renovation of the new city of Mariupol. And for these purposes, we decided to rebrand the university, first of all. Actually, we are in these processes of changing the location for one year. We displaced the university last year in April. And we started from the changing of our symbols. And this dove is very symbolic. It's we took it from the Liberty Square of Mariupol. It's very next to the university campus. And this dove temporarily came to Kyiv, but it came to become stronger to return. And it symbolizes all our killed colleagues and students and alumni, because we do have a lot of victims of this war and a lot of colleagues and students that were killed by Russians. And it's also the symbol of the Holy Spirit of the peace, but it's also the bird that is flying very high with the breakthrough strategies like Mariupol State University. And we do believe that this is the symbol that we should have in this period of our history, to be more Mariupol, to be more associated with Mariupol, the city of Mariupol. Actually, we started our activities and restarted all our services we provided to our students and staff from the creation of the humanitarian hub. First of all, to help our colleagues and students, because they've lost everything and they need help with every kind of help, actually, we can provide. We started this humanitarian action with the help of our friends, funds from all over the world. We fundraised money, we are actually continuing to do this. But after we understood that we should be the center for all Mariupol residents, and we opened this humanitarian action and hub for all our citizens of Mariupol to help them also. Because the main feeling we want people to express when they are coming to the walls, to the premises of the university, luckily we do have the building in the center of Kyiv, and we are renovating it now. We want them to feel themselves like home. And actually, we have these reflections from our Mariupol residents. When they are coming, they are telling that we are like home, actually. And we provided the this help to more than 4,000 people till now. And we are working on establishing the Civic Center of Mariupol State University to coordinate and to coordinate all these actions and projects with our community and with our residents. Of course, this civic model, we want to implement it with our peculiarities. And I'm very grateful to the British colleagues for sharing with your presentations. It was very much useful for us and for me personally. Of course, in the new strategy, we are calling ourselves a voice of Mariupol in the world, and we are the ambassadors of our city in the world. We are telling to we are using all the possible opportunities to share with our expertise and to share with our stories of fleeing Mariupol, of being in siege, and because we want to help Ukraine to fight with this aggression in the informational and educational front lines. And of course, we do have a lot of attention from all over the world. We do have a lot of opportunities, and we want to try to use all these opportunities using this open window of opportunities. We became the members of the European University Alliance Transform for Europe. It's one of our most successful projects, of course, and we established our Mariupol State University Center in the structure of the Vytautas Magnus University in Kaunas, which is integrated in the Center for the Displaced Persons under the auspices, created under the auspices of the First Ladies of Ukraine and Lithuania. And we want, of course, this center is created, or our university is created with the financial support of the European University Alliance. And the main aim is to work with our citizens, especially with the Mariupol residents, which are in the Baltic states now, and to help us to connect them with Ukraine, and to help them to become our students, and to help to preserve actually these ties, because these young people, they're very smart, they're integrating in the local communities very fast, and we are in a huge danger of them not to come back to Ukraine after the victory. That's why one of the main aims of the University of Mariupol, the issue actually of a national security level, to preserve these ties and to make our citizens to remember from where they are, and to try to return them after the victory to rebuild our country and our city. Of course, we do have a lot of projects, a lot of help, attention, as I mentioned. One of the best experiences, and I'm very grateful to the Cormac Consultancy Group for the twinning with the University of Hull. This is the best experience, and the University of Hull, they are our brothers and sisters, and remembering and thinking about us every day. We do have a huge number of projects, of initiatives, common initiatives, and we do believe that this cooperation will be fruitful, and we will proceed to develop it in the future. But actually, we asked Cormac Consultancy to help us to study the best practices, experiences, and expertises of the implementing of the civic university strategies. And I do believe that our colleagues from this panel will be in contact with us with the help of Cormac Consultancy, and we will try to improve our model of and our strategy of Mariupol University in the future. Actually, we already changed our strategy. We've gathered the unique experience for us. 2 weeks ago, we gathered 150 colleagues in Western Ukraine from all over Europe and Ukraine for the first time for the last 1.5 years, because you know that our educational process is running online now, unfortunately. But we do believe that we will start blended educational process, mixed online and offline from the September the 1st. And we decided with our staff and our colleagues that we will be the national leader amongst civic university in Ukraine. And we do believe that we are now, and we will continue to implement this absolutely perfect model of the university. And our mission is to transform the community and the country to produce breakthrough models of development. And we do believe that the renovation of our city of Mariupol will start from the renovation of our university, and will be our future Mariupol will be built around the university. It will be very right model, we think. Of course, we are trying to improve, to change, and to integrate our educational programs and to make them useful for the future renovation. And we do this work with a lot of help from all over the world, from the universities, from the foundations, and we can say that we do have now unique educational programs that we are implementing with the financial support of different stakeholders. We also trying to ask our alumni to help us to promote our city and the university. We do have more than 1,000 alumni living in 30 countries all over the world, and they are very successful, and they are helping our university to fundraise and to tell again our stories and to attract attention of the communities all over the world. It's also very helpful for our country also. And we do we are also very proud of our projects we have funded by the European Union. Actually, we are lucky to have one of the projects creating educational space for the community. It's actually also in our strategy, the framework of our strategy of the civic university, and we have more than 1 million euros for the renovation works at our building in the center of Kyiv. It permits us to create the very comfortable space for our students, staff, and for our community also, because we do want all our citizens to come to the university and to be here like home, as I've mentioned. We also have another project, Reinventing Displaced Universities, and in the framework of this project, we are realizing another very strategic aim of our university to become the very much digital university, one of the most digitalized universities of Ukraine. And we are also very successful on this road to become digital university. Of course, we do have another Erasmus Plus projects, a lot of mobility projects, and we established also the projects and mobility office to systemize and to integrate all these opportunities and agreements with our foreign partners into our educational programs. And we want these educational programs to be very much internationalized, because this is one of our main aims to make these educational programs competitive and interesting for our students. On this slide, you can see the results of our cooperation with the University of Hull, starting from the financial support, technical support, and other initiatives in the scientific educational fields.
Mikola.
Thank you very much for your attention. Actually, it was all what I wanted to tell you. If you have any questions, I'm ready to answer.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mikola, and I feel terrible have to interrupt you, but we've gone past the hour, and I'll be in trouble if I prolong this session any further. Colleagues, my name's Aziz, also known as Natalia from time to time. Thank you very much for the contribution from our panel members. Within the Cormac consultancy group, you all know that we are trying to support the reconstruction of Ukraine. We're thinking of the future, not just of today, and we strongly believe that the future is about Ukrainian universities being strong players, strong drivers of regional development. And what we've heard today is just kind of pearls of wisdom to highlight what universities can achieve in their place. This is only kind of almost like an introductory session. The idea is to continue to support Ukrainian universities, and we will arrange follow-up meetings with our colleagues who have been very generous with their time. If I may be able to summarize, I've had to concentrate, which is the burden of being chair of a panel, but I think throughout it has been about partnership. And I think an important element to remember, and we've heard it from Glasgow and the University of West of Scotland, from Rob from Northumbria, it's about being partner even with the universities whom you may consider as competitors. So it's also being partners with the network of universities. It's commitment to your city, to your region, but also seeing students not just as stakeholders who come to our institutions to learn and finish with a certificate or diploma, but they are assets to the university, and they are there to help the university deliver its vision and mission and achieve its strategic goals. Colleagues on the panel, thank you ever so much for your contribution. I know you are very busy people, so thank you so much for allowing us to bring you into this audience. So thank you very much, and I'm sorry we can't have more time to explore the themes further, but I promise you there will be further discussions and follow-up. So thank you ever so much again. And Rob, safe journey back home. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Aziz. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks all.
Thank you. Goodbye.
We don't need the Zoom. We don't need the Zoom now. Okay. Or do we?
Recording stopped.
Thank you.
Dear colleagues, I think we have reached the point of concluding our event. While I think if it would not be a Friday, if the circumstances would be a little bit different, we may stay longer. The conference we discussed when we were thinking it might take 2 days because the sessions could have been more thorough, more engaging working groups. But that's opportunity for us to meet face to face for the first time since this brutal aggression of these bastards. And we are extremely proud being together with you in this difficult moment, this road towards your further life in a free country with civic engagement, with strong universities playing a role. A little bit of it has been discussed, but your contributions are the most important. And I will mention 3 points as a concluding remarks from my side. One, I hope very much that this is inspirational in different ways for you to each other by then thinking what can be added to further strengthening of twinning, working one-on-one. Secondly, knowing that the phase and the success of each partnership is different, from Cormo consultancy side, we will be committed to help each twinning partnership to become more full of ideas and projects moving forward. Gradually, but it should happen because I believe that we cannot achieve 100% success with each twinning, but we can achieve more, and this discussion can contribute. And then my last thought is that we would like further to work on helping Ukraine to be restored, rebuilt after the victory, and we want that this journey would be also very much related to working together with you as universities, as bright people, having a lot of ideas, so much intellect behind. So let's make this journey together, because I think knowing that we have established this friendship should be not lost, but just strengthened. Дуже дякую, друзі. And I think Aziz will add something from his side before we conclude and go to continue for informal conversation.
Thank you very much, Gintris. Colleagues and now friends, I told you I'm very proud to be standing here in front of you. I don't like talking usually. You're very lucky because normally Gintris has always 6 points, but today he's summarized it into 3. So it means we can go for our drinks quicker. Now, first of all, we must thank Lviv Polytechnic, the rector, and Natalia, Vice Rector International, for hosting us, for enabling us to get together and to be here, share your history, share your experiences, and strengthen your friendship. I'd like to thank Gintris for running the show the way he loves doing most of the morning. So thank you very much, Gintris. I know it's been not easy, but thank you for getting the show on the road. And last, can I ask Alexander, Oksana, and Angela to stand up, because without these 3 people, today's conference would not have happened. They were working, eating, drinking, dreaming this conference for the last few weeks. Yeah, and it's thanks to their effort, dedication, passion that we've got here together. So all I can do is thank you for your work. So now the important part is to go enjoy each other's company, network. We're here with you. So as Gintris said, this is about us understanding your needs for the future and staying with you on this journey. So thank you very much, and thank you for allowing me this opportunity. Thank you.
And слава Україні!